just wanna taste it. Got the feeling you don't wanna wait. I know that you want me here and now. Fire burning, stay up burning. Yeah, I'm feeling, I just wanna taste it. Got the feeling you don't wanna wait. I know that you want me here and now. Know you wanna party, listen to your body. I want to get naughty. Girl, I really like the
going on?
Let's put the tunes on. Oh, loud. I wanna see what you make me do. And how I know you
All right. Okay. We got that. We got that. Garden Variety Cat Lady, thank you for the 6 months.
So keep up. And do you promise me that you'll honor
Okay.
me? Don't give
Okay.
up.
Howdy doody.
Feels right. And if I follow you, I know that I should hesitate. And it feels right. And just the thought of you gives me a taste. I know I crave, but it feels right. And if I follow
Hi, Caroline. Hi, Praise Season. Will you be reacting to the new Lady Gaga music video? Of course. Of course I will. Farley, can you do this? Farley Rita, can you do this? Yeah, we will be watching to, we will be watching Lady Gaga's video. We'll be looking at the Wuthering Heights trailer. Ooh. People are commenting there's AI in the video. Doesn't Tim Burton hate AI? Yeah, he's like repulsed by it. You know, unfortunately, that is where we are at right now, where it's like the AI, it's like the AI illness, the AI brain disease, where when things are AI, people don't know it's AI. And then when something's not AI, it gets accused of being AI. Everything is AI or nothing is AI. Reese Witherspoon is girl bossing AI? Of course. Hi, I am a fan. I will be in LA tomorrow. Are there any storm warnings? Any storm warnings? I don't think so, but I'm no big city meteorologist. I hope you have fun in LA. It has been hot though. Are there any Sharknadoes on the horizon? I don't know. I'm not sure. But it is hot. It is. And that's why the ants are still going crazy all over my house. You know, we don't have a weather segment here, but we should. Hi, everybody. Welcome to today's weather update. It's another day, and there's certainly weather going on. Thank you for tuning in. Also, yes, I am in French Polynesia. Wuthering Heights starring Margot Robbie and Jacob Elordi featuring Charlie XCX on the soundtrack is kind of the Matcha Dubai chocolate Labubu of the film. Words that would slay a Victorian child. The Matcha Dubai chocolate Labubu. I mean, it's true though. It is true. You know what okay, I'm sorry. The one thing that I cannot stand is this trend where filmmakers think they're being like really fun and anachronistic by taking popular pop songs as the trailer soundtrack. You know what I mean? And especially when it's applied to Emerald Fennell's Wuthering Heights, I'm like, girl, no. This is trash. This is trash. Yes, the Bridgerton-fication. That was also something that was like kind of happening in the horror genre, and I think Jordan Peele did it well But then I felt like a lot of filmmakers were trying to copy Jordan Peele, you know, do like a remix, like a kind of slowed down rendition of a pop song as like a horror vibe. Like just slowing down a song and acting like they did something. I know. Nothing was more. Oh, I forgot. Ridley Scott put a rap song in the trailer of Gladiator 2. It just, you know, it's kind of giving. It's kind of giving like, how do you do, fellow kids? It's giving like we're not like the other girls. We're not like the other girls. And so the latest of this is you know what I will say too? It was not like Jordan Peele who originated it. I think he did it well. What movie did he do this in? I mean, he did this in Us. Drake's out of the highlight ring. But yeah, in Us it was, I got 5 on it. I got 5 on it. Someone desperately trying to make a midnight movie completely unaware the appeal of those isn't that it panders to audiences. Yeah, I hate when you can read something as pandering. And I genuinely feel like the way Wuthering Heights looks and the way I've already seen it marketing, it feels like it's marketed to the Book Talk girlies who we just talked about. This was 2010.
Don't care if it hurts.
I don't care if it hurts.
I wanna have control.
A choral version of Creep.
I want a perfect body. I want a perfect soul. I want you to notice
Okay, I actually liked this though.
when I'm not around. You're so very special.
I need to do something substantial in order to get the attention of the clubs.
Why?
Because they're exclusive and fun. And they
Now, let me be clear. When I have pointed out this trend of like slowing down, kind of dramatizing songs, adding little horror vibes, it's not that it's always bad. It just is. I feel like, especially when Peele did this in Us, and you know that song was everywhere. I feel like then a lot of it just felt like it was overdone. It's all over the place. And now we have Charlie XCX in the trailer for Wuthering Heights.
lead to a better life.
People want to go on the internet and check out their friends, so why not build a website that offers that friends, pictures, profiles?
I'm talking about taking the entire social experience of college and putting it online.
Site got 2,200 hits within 2 hours.
22,000.
This idea is potentially worth millions of dollars.
Millions! You stole our website.
They're saying we stole the Facebook.
I know what it says.
So did we?
$1 million isn't cool. You know what's cool? $1 billion.
You're going to get left behind. It's moving faster than any of us ever imagined
Get
it
left
would.
behind.
Let's sue him in federal court.
I can't wait to stand over your shoulder and watch you write us a check.
You guys were the inventors of Facebook.
You invented Facebook.
Is there anything that you need to tell me?
Your actions could have permanently destroyed everything I've been working on.
We have been working on.
Do you like being a joke? Do you want to go back to that? Mark!
This is our time.
You're being accused of intentionally breaching security, violating copyrights, violating individual privacy, suing you for $600 million.
As for the charges,
I'm not even
I
paying
believe
attention
I
to the
deserve
trailer.
some recognition from this board.
You know I can't help it when the harmony takes over.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
When the harmony
I don't
takes over, I lose
Which part?
myself. I just got here, but did you mention us? Yes. Yeah. I liked the 5. I got 5 on it. It's Jade. Thank you for the 6 months. Okay, sure. Let's watch a Disney Channel movie. You know what? I have to say, I think that was peak life. Life was peak. It's a Friday night. You get your little snackies. We got, let's watch a Disney Channel movie. I mean, it didn't get any better than that. No responsibilities. Future, you didn't think about the future. It was just all vibes. It was all fucking vibes, man. Okay, let's watch Lady Gaga's newly released song and video. So this was apparently for Wednesday season 2, because Gaga has she is debuting in Wednesday on Netflix. And so her song, The Dead Dance, which has been, the video was directed by Tim Burton. This came out last night. And I think the song officially was, I think the song was in the show too. Okay. Let's see. Wait, is this the Island of Dead Dolls? Is that where they filmed? It looks like it. Okay, how many gay people this Halloween are gonna be Lady Gaga from the Dead Dance music video?
Like the words of a song, I hear you call. Like a thief in my head, you criminal.
Vaccine injury.
You stole my thoughts before I dreamed them. And you killed my queen with just one pawn. This goodbye is no surprise. This goodbye won't make me cry. Can I keep on dancing until I'm dead? Dancing until I'm dead. I'm dancing until I'm dead. Yeah, I'll keep on dancing until I'm dead. I'm dancing until I'm dead. When you killed me inside, that's when I came alive. Yeah, the music's gonna bring me back from death.
Ooh! Because when you killed me inside, that's when I came alive. Do the dead dance.
You've created a creature of the night. Now I'm haunting your air, your soul, your eyes. This goodbye is no surprise. This goodbye won't make me cry. Can I keep on dancing until I'm dead? Dancing until I'm dead. I'm dancing until I'm dead. Yeah, I'll keep on dancing until I'm dead.
total Thriller vibes.
Do the dead dance. Do the dead dance. But I'm all over the dance floor and I'm dancing till I'm dancing till I'm dead. Yeah, I'll keep on dancing until I'm dead. Dancing till I'm dead.
I already know this is gonna play at the Abbey 8 million times.
That's when I came alive, and the music's gonna bring me back from death. I'm dancing until I'm dead. Dancing till I'm
Ooh, you know what I want to go to? That like this right at the end here. This like synth organ sound. Dee 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 dee. Dee 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 dee. Phantom of the Opera, anybody? Beware the Phantom of the Opera. Dee 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 dee. This got me Halloween hyped. Yeah, I mean, look, Tim Burton, Lady Gaga, dance, Queen, Mother of the Dead. It very much so feels like get ready for Halloween, baby. In night he came. I like this. I really like the bridge. I really, really like the bridge. Do you play? I used to play piano. Can you tell? Da, 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 da. Da, da, da. I love that it opens up with this wall of dolls, of like creepy baby dolls. And then Lady Gaga wakes up. She's like, I'm the mother of the dead dolls. You know what I appreciate? It's fun, okay? Pop music should be fun, and I'm glad that Gaga has been giving us, she's giving us vibes. I loved Abracadabra, the music video, the choreography, all of it. Wait, so why are people saying it's giving AI? What are the AI comments? Also, has Lady Gaga decided that she's not really gonna do? She's no longer gonna try to do like auteur films. She's like, you know what? I'm going back to music videos. I guess the dolls. Oh, okay. Okay. I don't think it's my favorite song on Mayhem. As I said, I really, really love that bridge and I love that like synth organ sound. But I think the music video is awesome. And also it is such a flex. Who is it more of a flex for, Tim Burton or Lady Gaga? I think people forget what CGI is. Well, I am a little concerned. I am concerned that now kind of having this AI brain disease, thinking that everything is AI, is part of this part of the lack of media literacy, right? Like it's like nothing pains me more than when I see somebody post their artwork online and preface it by being like, hey, this is not AI, by the way. Hey, no, this is not AI. I made this on my own. Yeah, and look, I get it. I get that without regulations and kind of in just this AI Wild West land that we're in right now, and there is a lot of AI slop everywhere. There's AI bots, there's AI songs, there's AI videos, there's AI people. I get that I get it feels like we are in just an AI wasteland that keeps getting more and more dystopic, but I think also, though, we shouldn't just be automatically assuming that every single thing is AI. It's also like the AI accusations are similar to just calling everything fake news. So you also don't want to be one of those people who is doing that. Like somebody is no longer capable of original thought. There's no one out there who can read and write without utilizing ChatGPT. I guess this is what people think is AI, but these shots look too uninformed to be animation. Disappointing if so. Is this just a random person online? Okay. Question mark, question mark, question mark. What does that mean? These shots look too uninformed to be animation. Is Lady Gaga herself AI? Also, this tweet is 5 likes. Okay, whatever. I don't care. That I don't think is a serious tweet. I just searched Gaga AI. These are the videos that keep popping up of random people saying it's AI with no proof. It's giving almost just wanting everything to be AI. You know, like what is that? Do people want to? Is it a gotcha? I don't know. Tim Burton has always had weird, uncanny CGI. Yeah, I think people should familiarize themselves with Tim Burton's work before they're like, wow, that looks uninformed, so therefore must be generative AI. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I guess we're just kind of lost right now. We're kind of lost in, you know what it is? Actually, here's what I also think it is. I think because people are getting tricked left and right, they are getting bamboozled by AI. It's happened to all of us, whether it's bunnies jumping on a trampoline or a Twitter post. And so I think there's this feeling now of not wanting to be duped, of like wanting to be ahead of it aside from behind it. So it does feel like overcorrecting. It does, because people, I think, are terrified of not being immune to AI. And here's the truth, okay? Here's the truth. All of us can fall for AI. Yeah, it's the you can't fool me. All of us can fall for AI, especially as AI has gotten so much, advanced so much in just the last couple of years. So now it does feel like an overcorrection. I'm not like the other girls. You can't get me. You can't get me because I know. That's why it's like if I just accuse everything of being AI, then I'll never fall for something that is AI, because my baseline is, well, I think everything is AI. Okay, now let's watch Emerald Fennell's new trailer for Wuthering Heights, starring Jacob Elordi and Margot Robbie. And I will tell you, this is not AI, but it sure does look bad.
Fall in.
I can follow you like a dog to the end of the world.
Fall in love. Fall in.
Are you feeling quite right?
What? Oh, yes, fine.
He's so tall. Also, I'm sorry, but the fact that this is coming out on Valentine's Day, I think that also should tell you what kind of film this is going to be. Like Emerald Fennell. Emerald Fennell's vision for Wuthering Heights is like it's a dark fantasy romance. You know, get the girls and go to the theaters on Valentine's Day. You know, get your boo. It's all about just wanting to rip each other's clothes off. It's sexy, it's hot. It's giving 50 Shades of Wuthering Heights. This is a music video.
Do you want me to stop?
Oh no, I didn't miss the fish. I've seen this. Do you want me to stop? 50 Shades of Me Lord. Like, okay, I've seen a lot of people say this, and I feel the exact same way. Emerald Fennell should direct music videos. I think ultimately that's her whole vibe. You watch this, it looks like a music video, okay? And it's one of those things where I think she needs to pivot. And I just know that this is going to be salt burnified. There's going to be the salt burnification of Wuthering Heights. Wuthering Heights, which has been adapted like 23 fucking times. Wuthering Heights did not need to be adapted again, and certainly not by Emerald Fennell. I'm sorry, okay? It is one of those novels that has been adapted so many times already. And maybe she's going for kind of this initially when it was announced that she was going to do this, she's going to write, direct, produce, etc. And then Margot Robbie and Jacob Elordi being cast for it. It was like, okay, is she going to go so far in the opposite direction of what is at the core of Wuthering Heights, like who these characters are, that it's going to almost be like a film that it's almost like a 10 Things I Hate About You. Like Shakespeare adaptations that are so wildly different from the original source material that it's just kind of like it's like the sketch, like a thin sketch of the original material. That's why it's in quotations, but it doesn't seem that that's what she's doing. And I don't understand why, if she just wanted to make a sexy period piece, like really erotic, really erotic period piece, why didn't she do that? Why did Emerald Fennell then have to adapt Wuthering Heights instead of just do a period piece that is about two obsessive lovers and has nothing to do with Emily Bronte's original work? If I know she put it in quotations, I don't care though, because I still think that she is not moving far enough away from the source material to give that separation. And the thing that is like driving me the most nuts about this is just even based on this trailer and based on the casting, it is honestly bastardizing what makes Wuthering Heights so captivating, so just like it just enthralls you. The relationship at the center of it between Catherine and Heathcliff is one that is so like it's demented, it's tragic. It is about obsessiveness. It's about like class and racial barriers. It's about like wild like just obsession, the way that these two strike at each other, the way that they are abusive, the way that it is just, it just grips you. It just it's a relationship that has been attempted to be adapted on screen so many times, and for the most part, I don't think gets it right. And I certainly don't think that Emerald Fennell is going to do it here. Starting off with the fact that I just don't agree with this casting. I don't agree with the casting of Margot Robbie. I don't agree with the casting of Jacob Elordi. That's why I was like, look, if you want to put, it's really a toxic relationship as well. But if you want to put these two hot people in a sexy period piece, then do it. I just don't understand why it needs to be Wuthering Heights. You know? I don't understand. Anyway, I just like, so this plus then I saw this. Look at how it's already being marketed. This is these are posters for Wuthering Heights. Drive me mad. Drive me mad. Come undone. I'm sorry, but this is giving book talk. It's giving like dark romance fantasy book talk vibes. Throw on a Charlie XCX song. It's like if you asked ChatGPT to write a book talk movie, it's like if I asked ChatGPT to write Wuthering Heights in the style of book talk horny romance. I have to say, I haven't really seen anyone online who's like, yeah, this is gonna be exactly what I want it to be. I haven't seen any of that. I have seen a lot of people be like, Emily Bronte is going to haunt your ass. Emerald Fennell must be stopped. And the other thing too, I said this in our Discord, I gotta be so for real. Emerald Fennell has not made a good movie yet. I'm just gonna say it, okay? Emerald Fennell has not made a good movie. I think her visuals can be fun to look at. I think she casts beautiful people. I do not think she is a good writer, and I think she's a bad writer. That's what I think. I think she's a bad writer, and I think she's not a good filmmaker. She's a worse writer, I would say, than she is a director. I hated Promising Young Woman so fucking much. I cannot tell you when I finally watched that film and all of the goddamn critical acclaim, the fact that Emerald Fennell won an Oscar for it. And that's one of those movies. I don't really have a lot of these. I despise that film. And it was like driving me nuts to see so many people heaping praise on it. Did you not like Saltburn? I thought Saltburn was like, you know, had some fun moments, okay? Had some very like memeable moments. As far as these, like examining it from plot, story structure, direction, not good. So when I say not good, I don't mean that like I can't enjoy something still. Saltburn, like I think Jacob Elordi is super hot, okay? Like Jacob Elordi, it's just like the ridiculousness of Barry Keoghan, you know, drinking his cum water or whatever else. That kind of stuff that makes you, oh, woo, ah. But from a like, yeah, I can recognize that something is honestly trash, but I can still enjoy it. That's what I think Saltburn was. The difference is I don't think Emerald Fennell was intending that. I think she kind of thinks she makes auteur-like films. I don't think she views her films the way that a lot of other people do. Anyway, anywho, those are my opinions. I just have never I've never been struck by Emerald Fennell as like as some great writer and director, and I am telling you right now that I cannot foresee Wuthering Heights when it actually comes out being different from what I am saying it is going to be right now. And I know that when that movie comes out on Valentine's Day next year, it is probably going to be one of the more annoying days online. Cue the Tina Fey clip.
What are you going to do when Emerald Fennell calls you about her next project where you play Carrie Mulligan's coworker in the bridal section of Harrods, and then Act 3 takes a sexually violent turn and you have to pretend to be surprised by that turn? Because what are you going to do when Emerald Fennell calls you about her next project where you play Carrie Mulligan's coworker in the bridal section of Harrods, and then Act 3 takes a sexually violent turn and you have to pretend to be surprised by that turn?
Yeah. You know, I think here's what I think about Emerald Fennell. I think she really seems to love these characters who she views as having obsessive compulsive fascinations, like obsession to a point, compulsion to a point of becoming deranged, like just completely losing yourself. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. You know, I think that's something that can be, I think that's something that can be interesting from I don't know, just, that can be interesting from a storytelling place, but I don't think that ultimately she writes characters well. And now with Wuthering Heights, these are characters that are not her original characters. They are long established. And Wuthering Heights is, you know, one of the great gothic romanticist classics. It is it was published in the 1840s, and the relationship between Heathcliff and Catherine has captivated and been obsessed over for 150 plus years. So this is essentially, this feels like how Emerald Fennell writes her other characters, but applying this to characters who have already long been established. And I just worry that, no, it's not even that you know what? I'm not even worried about it, because I know what this movie is going to be. It's not at all going to be it's not going to be faithful to the source material. I don't think Emerald Fennell is interested in actually applying a lens to class politics. I don't think she cares, because I don't think it applies to her at all. So I just think this movie is going to be what it is. And you know what's interesting too is let me show you the poster that was released. This is Gone with the Wind. Like, that's the other thing, is I don't know what time period we're supposed to be in. It's confusing. Like, what era are we in? Are we giving Jim Crow? Are we giving like slavery antebellum era? Are we giving the 1800s, old Victorian England? Right. It feels anachronistic, but not on purpose. Like she's just kind of, it's just kind of a mishmash. Seems like it's doing that thing of old-timey with modern music or accessories to give it a fresh take. Yeah, and here's the thing. Fresh is not always good. KP, thank you for the 23 months. Fresh is not always good. Come undone. This is just so strange. Of course, Buffy's is the first commenter. OMG, I'm getting horny. The irony is that Wuthering Heights is supposed to be about the evils of prejudice and racism, and Gone with the Wind is Gone with the Wind. I need no further proof that no one involved in this adaptation read the book. Right. I'm like, what is the purpose here in drawing these exact parallels with the film posters? Is that just for funsies? Is that a creative choice as it relates to the film itself? Is that Emerald Fennell just being like, you know what? I love Gone with the Wind, so let's design the poster to look exactly like Gone with the Wind. Are we just rinsing and repeating the relationship between Vivian Lee and Clark Gable and Gone with the Wind, but Wuthering Heights it? I saw someone on Reddit say the poster looks like the version that old movies put on their VHS DVD version of the movie, not the original poster. I just... I just feel like she is doing a lot. Like this movie already is doing the most, but not in any way that actually feels good and exciting. I can tell people are really horny for Jacob Elordi because no one's whacking him for taking this role. I mean, look, I'm sure there are people who are going to be lining up to see Wuthering Heights. They're going to be going in with their little gothic cosplay fits. They'll be like, you know what? Jacob Elordi and Margot Robbie, someone fingering a fish, sign me up. Sign me up. If you go in, though, with expectations that this is going to nail those racial and class dynamics that were so prevalent in Emily Bronte's, Emily Bronte's original novel, then you'll be disappointed. Like, don't go in expecting. Emerald Fennell's Wuthering Heights.
Cause I know what you're feeling.
I feel like using the name of Wuthering Heights is begging to give the film that she actually wanted to make legitimacy as auteur art house instead of just making what you want to make, which is fun period piece, edgy, sexy with pretty stuff everywhere. Like, just do you, girl, be honest. Yeah, I feel like I'm inclined to agree with that. That maybe she just, her thinking was, I am going to adapt this very famous book, this very famous piece of classic literature, because that will legitimize me versus like just doing a sexy, horny period piece. People in the comments calling it the Fourth Shades entry. Yeah, because it feels like that. It feels like 50 Shades of Heathcliff and Kathy. Will can earn my Prime subscription back if he has Goon be the film for film night. If you do it first, you earn it permanently. Goon. Ah, yes. The great story that is Goon. Doug, thank you for the 2 months. Mai Tai, thank you for the 9 months. Goon. Is this Kate Bush? Yeah. Do you think she's gonna use Wuthering Heights in the film?
Will can earn my Prime subscription back if he is going to be the film for film night.
Here's
if you
the
do
thing.
it first,
I
you earn it permanently.
I fucking love this song, and I think it's one of the few instances of an artistic spin-off, like taking Wuthering Heights and kind of making it your own, you know, doing something unique with it that actually is great. Most of the time it just feels like a lesser shadow of the original.
You have a temper like my jealousy, too hard, too greedy. How could you leave me when I needed to possess you?
Also, isn't this how a lot of Gen Z learned about Wuthering Heights? Because this song was popping on TikTok. You know what? She gets it. Also, I'm sorry, but I just think Margot Robbie and Jacob Elordi are too, like, I think if they had cast unknown, young, like, random ass British actors whose faces and names we, you know, are not global, who actually can give off that, like, unpolished, brute vibe, that they're crazed, right? That they are, like, the best, they're the best and the worst of romance. And I just am tired. I'm also tired of people being put in period pieces who it's like, I'm sorry, it's not giving period. It's not giving this time period. Your teeth are too perfect. Margot looks like she knows what an iPhone is. Yes. Milord. She's so weird. I love her. She's so crazy. I love her. It's me. I'm
and cheese.
Fable Gray, thank you for the 34 months. I like that she's pretending as if she's stuck in a box, because that actually makes sense for Kathy's character. Heathcliff, let me in, you bastard! Also, the other thing is too, look at the fucking wedding dress. What? There's just so much about this film that it's all over the place. Why does this look like a shot from the Kirsten, oh my god, Melancholia. Like, it's just Lars von Trier Melancholia is like, it looks like every other film except for what I think this film should be. And so there's just like, this also looks like a wedding dress that you would see in The Crown, right? At that time period. The other thing too is like, look at the colors. Look at a lot of like the colors. All these bright colors and blues. Wuthering Heights is so gray. Like, it is gritty, it is gray, it is set against the backdrop of the West Yorkshire moors. It's cloudy, it's damp, it's dreary, it's giving haunted, it's giving gothic. So I'm just like, what? As I said, this feels like a music video. It feels like Emerald Fennell is really meant to just direct music videos like this. Right. It's dark, rainy Northern England, gloomy and gothic. Plus, it's British. Yes. Being sad is their national pastime. Yeah. And also, here's the other thing. If we're getting nitpicky about it, Kathy is a teenager, and her age is really important in the novel. Can I spoil it and say why? Does anybody care if I spoil a novel from the 1840s? Okay, so Kathy does not make it past 18. Spoiler alert. She dies really young. So Margot Robbie, who's in her late 30s, or she's like 36 or 37. That's the other thing, is like, I don't understand her playing this role of Kathy. Kathy is supposed to be a teenager, and there's not even like a younger Kathy and then older Kathy, because Kathy fucking dies. The casting is just crazy. Also, Kathy is supposed to, just everything about her. I love Margot Robbie. I think she's gorgeous. I think she's a great actress. I just don't think she makes any sense at all for this role. They should have, all those fucking British dramas. Just pluck an actor from that. Pick somebody who actually looks like they could be, running with wild hair around the West Yorkshire moors, haunting, continuing to haunt their, the person that they had an insane relationship with. Yes, everybody wants their Marie Antoinette moment. That's so true. And then the casting of Jacob Elordi is not good. The reason that it's not good is because if you're actually being faithful to the source material, Jacob Elordi, the character of Heathcliff is Romani. He is from a different racial and class background, which is a big part of the conflict. It is a big part of the of the drama of the issues with Heathcliff and Kathy. So casting someone like Jacob Elordi, who I think is very sexy, sorry, it doesn't work. It doesn't work unless you are doing Wuthering Heights, but not doing Wuthering Heights. Ahem. And I have to come to the conclusion that nobody involved in this project has ever read Wuthering Heights. I really must conclude, that neither Emerald Fennell nor anyone else involved in Wuthering Heights has read the book.
Emily, what's the book about? Okay, it's this tragic love story between Kathy and Heathcliff. And it takes place on these like really creepy moors in England, which I think represent the wildness of Heathcliff's character. I totally get symbolism.
How would you characterize the theme of this book? Let's see. Rachel Green.
Well, I would have to say that it's a tragic love story.
Well, that's sort of a given, but yes. Anyone else?
Oh, symbolism.
Yeah, and here's the thing, depicting Heathcliff and Kathy as just like, oh, they're super horny for each other, but they have to keep their relationship a secret. That is so surface level. Like, that is just not at all going to encompass what their relationship is. Just to be like, ooh, we have to be secret in the dead of night as I finger you in the haystacks. Like, I hey, watch me as I finger this fish, and I'm like, this is what I want to do to you. Hey, Kathy. You like this? Are you into this? Do it again. Yeah, finger that fish again. My conspiracy theory is that Bella from Twilight loved Wuthering Heights and related to it. Emerald Fennell only read Twilight and took all her knowledge from those books instead of the original novel. You know what? I'm willing to believe just about any, really willing to believe just about any conspiracy theory when it comes to what the hell Emerald was thinking when she decided to do this. And every step along the way. What's worse, Emerald clearly not having read Wuthering Heights, or that Frankenstein reviewer that clearly doesn't know the story of Frankenstein? Honestly, I'm gonna go with Emerald because she wrote and directed the fucking movie. That guy who reviewed Frankenstein, he's an idiot. He's a dumbass. Does not know the story of Frankenstein, then don't be reviewing the film. But that's just one film reviewer. But have you considered that Jacob Elordi is very sexy? I have considered it. And Train, thank you for the bits. I just don't understand why this story needed to be Wuthering Heights at all. Just write a horny period piece with Jacob and Margot and release it on Valentine's Day, and also bypass critics saying you got the story wrong. Yes, this is what many people are saying. Many people have expressed that exact same sentiment of why. I had to mute the stream because I got a phone call, and the first thing I hear when I come back is, yeah, finger that fish again. Oh, yeah. Oh, Heath, I love it. I love it when you stick your finger inside of that fish. It just gets me so horned up. Is that what you're going to do to me later? Is that what you want me to do to you? I don't know. Is that what you want to do to me? Well, is that what you want me to want you to want me to do to you? Well, I don't know. Do you want me to want you to do that to me while I'm wanting it, while you're also wanting it? But also, we can't. How did you get the script so early? I know the script leaked. The script leaked. Go to cast and look at who is playing Nellie. What? Hong Chow. Hong Chow. Dolly D. Hong Chow is playing Nellie. Okay. So Emerald Fennell is capable of casting non-white actors in her Wuthering Heights film. Okay, that's interesting. Okay.
Did he get a little walk?
No, because I thought you said you were going to walk again. I'm sorry. I went live a little bit earlier. Thank you, my love. Thank you. Also, the actor playing Edgar is Pakistani. So you guys see what I'm saying there? It's like, okay, so the supporting characters in Wuthering Heights, you have no problem casting, like colorblind casting, okay? You're not having to cast white actors in every role. Great. But it's a choice though. It's a choice to have cast Jacob Elordi and to seemingly not be playing into the racial, the racial conflict and animosity and issues of the book. Okay. Is maybe Jacob Elordi is just Emerald Fennell's muse. All right. Anyway, I'm done talking about it. I think I said everything I want to say. On the Wuthering Heights trailer that just came out. And one reason that I feel very like rolling my eyes about it is because Wuthering Heights was one of the first. So I don't know if I've told you guys, but when I was in junior high and high school, I was obsessed with the English classics. So I was obsessed with the Brontes. I was obsessed with Jane Austen. Like I just would immerse myself and devour these novels. And so the first time I read Wuthering Heights, I want to say I was in probably like 8th grade. And I just had I had never read anything like that before. It was fascinating. I don't think I fully, understood it until I read it again in my AP English class when I was a junior in high school. But anyway, so like I very much so understand what that relationship is, and I get Wuthering Heights, and it's why everything I have seen of Emerald Fennell's adaptation is so not that. It's really not. But I also don't think it is enough of her like kind of taking it so far out of context, her doing it in the way that Clueless, 10 Things I Hate About You, Cruel Intentions, these types of adaptations of other, classic literature, how they were, where it's really so it's really very, like, the original source material is very, very vague. But she doesn't seem to be doing that with this. Wait, you read it in high school with the fish thing in it? I'm gonna blow your mind. The fish thing is not in it. There's quite a few liberties, which is normally fine, but I don't think is fine in this case because of the vibe that Emerald Fennell seems to be going with when it comes to Kathy and Heathcliff. Nobody fingers a fish in the books, just to be clear. There is no scene in the original novel where that happens to a fish. Oh, haha, I know nothing, my bad. No, I'm not yelling at you. That is understandable if you don't know Wuthering Heights to be like, oh, I guess if this is an adaptation, then maybe there's a scene in the book where a fish is being fingered. It's not your fault for thinking that that's something from the book because of the fact that it is an adaptation, and it is an adaptation that is not straying far enough, at least as far as, like, it is, but it's also not. It's not modernizing it in the way that, like, 10 Things I Hate About You is a modern adaptation of Taming of the Shrew. I haven't read the book, so I didn't understand the pushback until now. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, and I think like it's a very complicated and it's a very complex relationship. And it's a lot of things. Like, it's not just one thing. And anyway, anywho, we got a lot of other stuff to talk about, so I shall move on. Would you say that it's similar to Sofia Coppola's Marie Antoinette? Like, there's a big focus on the aesthetics. I think Emerald Fennell is more confused in her aesthetics, is what I will say. She did warn everyone in 2024, be with me always, take any form, drive me mad. I'm losing my mind. My favorite story being adapted by one of my favorite directors. All right. Okay. What other film adaptations could be enhanced by a fish getting finger blasted? You know, it's not something that I haven't pondered that, which is crazy. Crazy. Moby Dick? Stop! Oh, no. Call me Ishmael. Oh, God. Putting the dick in Moby Dick. Putting the dick in Moby Dick. Yeah, not the whale-ussy, please. Please. Okay, I just have to let me actually I'm gonna go oh God, do I want to pivot into talking about this next film? It's kind of intense. Let me think. Here. This is do you know what I need whenever I'm pivoting from something that is not as serious to something that is very serious? I need a transition. Like, I don't know. I try to avoid the whiplash, but I'm like, okay, how do I transition into talking about other film things that are more serious when we've just talked about fingering fish? Should I just play Kate Bush's Wuthering Heights again? Is that what I do? I don't know. Here, I have to go pee anyway, so you can have the second music video.
Out on the windy, windy moors, we'd roll and fall in green. You had a temper like my Janet.
Okay, hopefully that transitioned. This was literally my oldest daughter's favorite song when she was 2 to 3. Your oldest daughter has great taste. Okay, so we're going to talk about... Let me close some of these tabs. Okay. We are going to talk about the voice of Hind Rajab, which has premiered at Venice Film Festival. And it is already being highly acclaimed. Oh, not the fucking voice, Jesus. It received, like, so far the longest. I have no idea how to feel about this. That's why we're going to talk about it. It received the longest standing ovation at Venice Film Festival so far. It was a film that is directed by Tunisian filmmaker Kauthar Ben Hania. She also did the documentary Four Daughters, which was Oscar nominated. I think it was, that film came out in 2023, so I think it was the 2024 Oscars. She's a really, really great filmmaker. And she partnered up with Palestinian creatives to make this film about Hind Rajab, who was the 6-year-old girl that was murdered by Israel, and the calls to emergency services were what a lot of people listened to and heard her voice as she was calling out for help. And it's heart-wrenching. Like, it's so devastating, and you just can't, like, it was one of those stories and continues to be one that is kind of I would say an epitome of the cruelty of Israel's cruelty and never ending barbarity. So anyway, there's a new film that has premiered at Venice Film Festival, and apparently it has been described by critics as the most powerful and urgent entry of this year's festival. Left much of the audience and many journalists sobbing as it was screened for the first time. The film reconstructs the final frantic phone call of Hind Rajab, who in January 2024 was trapped in the wreckage of a car in northern Gaza, surrounded by the bodies of her uncles and 4 young cousins. Hiding beneath a seat and the only one still alive, Hind managed to contact the Palestinian Red Crescent by phone. However, the child and the medics looking for her were killed by Israeli forces. The Israeli military has still not announced a formal investigation into the case. Ben Hania said, "When I first heard the voice of Hind Rajab, there was something beyond her words. It was the voice of Gaza itself calling for help, and no one could reach her." The film makes chilling use of the real phone recordings of Hind, but tells the story through a dramatized Red Crescent team, which is trying to coordinate her rescue. In a statement on behalf of the entire filmmaking team, actor Saja Kalani said, "The voice of Hind Rajab does not need our defense. This film is not an opinion or a fantasy. It is anchored in truth. Hind's story carries the weight of an entire people. It is not hers alone. Her voice is one among 19,000 children lost their lives in Gaza in the last 2 years. It is the voice of every mother, father, doctor, teacher, artist, journalist, volunteer, paramedic, each with the right to live, to dream, to exist in dignity, yet all of it was stolen in front of unblinking eyes. And these are only the voices that we know. Beyond every number is a story that never got to be told." Motaz Malhiz, a Palestinian actor from Jenin, said, "When I was 10 years old, I lived this life. Hearing Hind's voice took me straight back to my childhood. I felt as if I had died 1,000 times. This wasn't acting, this was my life." Hind's mother, Wissam Hamada, said she hoped the film would help end the war. The whole world has left us to die, to go hungry, to live in fear, and to be forcibly displaced without doing anything, Hamada told AFP by phone from Gaza City, where she lives with her 5-year-old son. Brad Pitt, Jonathan Glazer, Joaquin Phoenix, and Alfonso Cuarón serve as executive producers on the drama. Phoenix and Rooney Mara, who also joined the project as executive producer, were in Venice and hugged the cast after the premiere. Okay, so this is from so this is after the film premiered at Venice. No, I'm going to tell you what I'm struggling with here. Okay, so here's what I'm mostly struggling with. And I think this person on Twitter kind of summed it up. Fatma's film was at Cannes. Auda's film won an Oscar. Israel murdered them. That we watch films made by and about murdered Palestinians alongside raw footage of their deaths means these congratulatory gestures are empty while the West materially and ideologically supports genocide. So I think what I'm struggling with is I believe that film can be a really important tool in truth telling, in in spurring people to empathy and to action. However, the fact that no other land won the best documentary at the Oscars and then Israel murdered one of the Palestinian activists and collaborators on that film and nothing has happened. The fact that Fatma, who was the main focal point of the film at Cannes, let me get the title of that. Put Your Soul on Your Hand and Walk. She was a Palestinian. Fatma Hassouna was a Palestinian photographer and artist. She was also murdered by Israel. And I think what's troubling me is a film like The Voice of Hind Rajab, No Other Land, Put Your Soul in Your Hand and Walk. I think these are important films. I am glad that they are being seen. I'm glad that these stories are being told. But if you watch this and think that that absolves you, think that like, okay, your role here, especially if you live in the West, if your governments are continuing to materially support the genocide, it's not enough to just watch a film. And I think I'm troubled by the kind of, I think it's the ability for films that, films like this at major film festivals to be showered with applause, to be showered with awards, and almost in a way that is then absolving institutional accountability. There are protests outside of Venice Film Festival like there have been every major film festival. Alexander Payne, who is the head of the jury, had nothing to say. All he could say was that he was unprepared to talk about Gaza. It is the fact that our institutions are still aligned with and therefore supporting this genocide that just causes me to feel crazed. So I appreciate these filmmakers and the people who are working to bring these stories to life, to utilize the medium of film, but it's not enough, especially when our institutions are still continuing to support any films that are pieces of propaganda for Israel, continuing to have associations with this genocidal state, and not making not making declarations of supporting Palestinian liberation, but not taking any action in doing so. Like we are so we are so past the point of even any type of lip service of like saying words that sound good. So this has nothing to do, like my feelings on this don't have to do with the filmmakers. This has to do with how there is this tendency to think like, okay, if we prop up this film and if we give it awards, then therefore we are absolved and we can pat ourselves on the back, we can cry, we can feel good, and we can, it's almost like a blanket to protect us from the fact that this is still ongoing and there is still so much institutional material support. Exactly. The West isn't complacent. Their governments and leadership are the vast majority of Western citizens are pro-Palestinian emancipation. Like, we are at a point where every single institution that purports, especially in the arts, right? As like the arts are an area that we are seeing, we're seeing stuff like Palestinian films. We are hearing from artists declarations that are anti-genocide, that are anti-war. And so it can't be individual artists. It has to be the institutional, it has to be these institutions that are cutting off any and all relations to Israel. TIFF, unfortunately, is platformed. I know. I covered The Road Between Us, The Ultimate Rescue, and why I had an issue with the CEO of TIFF, who was like, "Look, we are an inclusive festival." Blah blah blah. I'm like, okay, it's one thing to have a director who is Israeli and has made a film. It's another thing to have a director who is making a propagandist piece during a genocide, to have at the center of that documentary a former war general who committed crimes against Palestinians being portrayed as a hero on October 7th. That is propaganda. Dragon Army, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. It's the film version of posting black squares on Instagram. It is. And like, I am a big proponent of the power of film. Okay. I am a big proponent of film can teach you empathy. Film has the power to change hearts and minds. Like it can share the stories of people that otherwise have been ignored. Like, it is a powerful tool, but I am just exhausted, I think, by the limits of how, okay, so we'll applaud this film, 22-minute standing ovation, we'll probably give it, Oscar nominations, maybe best international feature. And then Israel will just, kill the filmmakers. Israel will just keep killing people in Palestine because they can. And so if the institutions themselves are not taking a hard line, then it doesn't feel like it matters. It doesn't feel, if the power that is materially supporting Israel still refuses to do anything about it, then what is the point? And instead it feels like they do this kind of stuff to give themselves, to give themselves a plausible deniability of like, no, we're not complicit. Look at the fact that we awarded this film at the same time that the fucking Academy, don't forget, the Academy refused to say anything to support when Hamdan Bilal, who is another Palestinian activist and filmmaker who worked on No Other Land was fucking kidnapped by Israel. He had been given an Oscar just a mere months earlier, and then he was fucking kidnapped. They were most likely going to kill him, and the Academy had nothing to say. They were silent on it. And then when finally they faced enough pressure from people that they had to put out a statement, it was still not good enough. So this is what I mean by, how are we going to applaud ourselves, pat ourselves on the back for giving a film about settler activities in the West Bank, give that an Oscar, but then not actually be supporting these, not actually be supporting the people of Palestine, which include the filmmakers who received this Oscar. To be fair, it could be worse if on top of that we're full of Israeli films whitewashing the genocide. No, I understand. Look, I get that when it comes to how things historically have been, Palestinian films getting any recognition is nil. For a long time, film and the film industry has been a tool for Israel's propaganda. They have a relationship with the film industry in the same way that the United States Department of Defense does, which allows them to launder their crimes through the industry. So yes, it is good that Palestinian filmmakers and Palestinian stories are finally getting their day in the sun. Unfortunately, there is a fucking genocide ongoing, and The Voice of Hind Rajab is a film that tells the story of a little girl who was shot 355 times, who was murdered by the state of Israel, that is continuing to murder children and adults today. Just today, more Palestinian children were murdered. So it's why I'm struggling with just being like, yay, look at how great this is. Look at how great it is that the film coming out of Venice Film Festival that has gotten the longest standing ovation, that is probably going to, it's probably going to be showered with accolades. Like, I can't just be, I feel like I can't just say that because of what the reality still is. I actually have inside knowledge of that, of the TIFF thing. The director was a former board member. Yes, I covered that as well. Producer at TIFF. They face tremendous pressure with corporate donors and partners because of that whole shitstorm. Major festivals have this tired apolitical stance for the sake of funding, which I get, but it ultimately is frustrating. And that's, yes, like this is what I'm having issues with, where you are not, as an institution, a cultural institution, you are not absolved for giving awards to films that detail the horrific murder of Palestinian children, when you are still supporting said genocide by refusing to take a hard stance when it comes to your associations and relationships with the state of Israel and with filmmakers who are doing propaganda. Okay, I wanted to play this because this is Saja Kalani, who's a Palestinian actress, and I thought what she had to say was really important. That's okay. You know what? What I'm also trying to get at is for anybody who watches a film like The Voice of Hind Rajab, please, I guess, please just don't stop there. Understand that this is still ongoing. That this is not a film that is it does not live outside of the ongoing crisis, like the horrors that are still happening.
Isn't it enough? Enough of the mass killing, the starvation, the dehumanization, the destruction, the ongoing occupation. The voice of Hind Rajab does not need our defense. This film is not an opinion or a fantasy. It is anchored in truth. Hind's story carries the weight of an entire people. Her voice is one amongst tens of thousands of children that were killed in Gaza in the last 2 years alone. It is the voice of every daughter and every son with the right to live, to dream, to exist in dignity, yet all of it was stolen in front of unblinking eyes. And these are only the voices we know. Behind every number is a story that never got to be told. Hind's story is about a child crying out, "Save me." And the real question is, how have we let a child beg for life?
Yeah.
No one can live in peace while even one child is forced to plead for survival. Let Hind Rajab's voice echo around the world. Let it remind you of the silence that has been built around Gaza. Let it name the genocide that silence protects. And let it pierce the word enough. Not tomorrow, not someday, now. For justice, for the sake of humanity, for the future of every child. Enough.
Yeah, it's so again, my issues are not with the film, and it's I hope I'm expressing like why this feels. I can't just feel like happy, I guess, about the fact that this film is potentially going to win the Golden Lion Award, that it got the longest standing ovation, that there were, that you have major Hollywood actors who signed on to be executive producers. Like, it's I don't know. I just keep thinking about the reality that somebody who was a part of the Oscar-winning documentary from earlier this year was murdered by the state of Israel. A Palestinian who was awarded the highest honor that you can get in the film industry was then murdered by illegal settlers, and nothing is done about it. You perfectly captured my own emotions and first reaction hearing about the film. Thank you for speaking what I wasn't able to really put into words about the film industry. Yeah, I mean, I love, you guys know, I love film. I always talk about the industry. Like, this was a place that I had dreamed about working my entire life. And I know the power that is capable within this industry, but it also, I can't ignore that at this point, it's like we are not absolved here in the United States, here in the West. There cannot be any any absolvement just because we are giving film awards to films about the Palestinian genocide. As I think it shows how far art can go, which is sparking conversation, speaking and showing the truth, and not much else, and not changing concrete things in society. As someone said, art is loading the gun. Like, I just think about the fact that Alexander Payne, who is the president of the Venice jury, wouldn't speak on the fucking genocide. Like, what kind, you know what I mean by that? Contrast this, okay? The fact that this film about Hind Rajab is the most devastating, the most probably the most impactful film at a festival where the guy in charge of the goddamn jury was like, yeah, I can't say anything. I'm unprepared. I'm just here to judge cinema. Like, what is that separation? What are we doing? What are we doing? Or even, oh God, anyway, it's not, it's, I feel like the filmmakers are sincere. I agree. And so is the audience. Yes. Like, my problem isn't with people applauding this film and with, you know, the Palestinian flag being adorned and shouts for free Palestine. Like, yes, all of that is important. I am just so frustrated still with how institutions that are continuing to support Israel by either their silence or their actual complicity will utilize moments like this to try and absolve themselves of that complicity. I think that is where I take issue. It's the people that think applauding is enough. And I think that's what it is as well. It's like, please don't fall into the liberal trap of, how do I explain this? It's like, it is like posting to post a black square or to paint a mural that says Black Lives Matter, but then there's no real material change. This is not on these filmmakers to do that, of course. I'm saying as far as how like liberals in the West will like, this is to them the limits of the limits of, I guess, activism, I guess, like, I don't know. It's, I have some people in my life who won't really listen to me when I talk about these things, but they would definitely change their minds or see things differently when spoon-fed the story with names like Brad Pitt. Totally. And I recognize how having like mainstream big celebrity names speaking out or being attached to films like this is going to like get people to watch it, right? It lends legitimacy to it. Unfortunately, it's in the, you know what? It's like the same thing. It's the same thing of Jewish anti-Zionist voices being prioritized and listened to and lifted up over Palestinians. It's like Palestinians will talk about what's happening to them, but it's not until like the fucking BBC or The Guardian or Reuters or New York Times or whatever says that it happened that people are like, oh, okay, yeah, I guess it's true now. The same people who will cry over this film are the same people who called people trying to stop this and protesting in Hind's name terrorist sympathizers and anti-Semites. There's also that. It's like, do you remember when this first happened and how the people who were screaming about what happened to Hind Rajab and were protesting in the streets were smeared by, as Sky said, a lot of the same people now who will like go to a festival and watch this film. When protesters show up to the fucking festivals and people boo them. When you had, what festival was it in New York City that protesters showed up to protest that festival's like connections to Israeli defense companies and people, it was like, I think the film, I think it was Almodovar's film. The Room Next Door. Yes, it was Tilda Swinton, Pedro Almodovar, and Julianne Moore who were promoting the film. They had just premiered it at I can't remember what fest it was in New York City, and protesters showed. There were protesters there, as there have been at every major arts event. And the people in the audience who fucking booed. And then Tilda Swinton was like, hold on a second, like, let them speak. And I don't know, it's just the fucking disconnect. It's the when Hind Rajab was first murdered and people were taking to the streets, they were expressing their outrage online, and how that was not enough back then. It's performative in a way that likely makes them feel they can go to sleep soundly after platforming this film without actually taking action or being anti-genocide. They don't care to go further than, well, we showed the film and people liked it. Same reason all the Palestinian journalists are all still vilified as Hamas terrorists, simply for on-the-ground reporting of the barbarity. And that our mainstream media still devalues their voices, viewing them as animals instead of human beings. Yes, and I just feel inevitably, and that's not what like this film is. That's not what like this film or No Other Land or Put Your Soul in Your Hand. That's not what these films are. But you know that in 20 years, we're going to get the fucking like, oh yeah, we went over there and we fucked shit up. And now we have PTSD, and isn't it sad? And like, look at how much we're struggling. Like those classic types of anti-war movies that are not really anti-war and is really just a way to absolve our responsibility, our accountability. Like that's what I know. I think that's what frustrates me too, is like how that is surely to come as well. Yeah, literally every movie about Iraq. Hey, yeah, so we killed 500,000 Iraqis, but look at how much PTSD we have. And, oh, you know, it's really sad and terrible what happened. I don't know. I just, it's really tough. It's really tough to see all of this and to talk about continuing to raise awareness, which is important, when we still are a far cry from actual tangible material action. Like that's what feels so torturous. And look, I have talked a lot about how important it is that people are, people with big platforms use those platforms. And, the power that art has, that artists have to evoke change, to create empathy, to bring to light stories that are being swallowed up. I don't know. I don't want to do the thing where we're like, yeah, this is good enough. Right? It's like Hind Rajab and every single child and every single person in Gaza, in the West Bank, every Palestinian deserves real justice. And not just awards for a film that show them being, that show their life being tossed aside. New names joined together for Palestine benefit concert. Benedict Cumberbatch Ileana Riz Ahmed, Amelia de Moldenberg, Louis Theroux, Jamila Jamil, Rami Youssef, Guy Pearce, Saint Laurent are among a wave of performers and speakers who've been added to the Together for Palestine benefit concert at London's OVO Arena, Wembley, on September 17th. They join an already announced lineup that includes Damon Albarn, James Blake, Jamie XX, Sampha, Hot Chip, Paloma Faith, Bastille, Obang Jayar, and Palestinian artists Adnan Jubran, Faraj Suleiman, and Nai Barghouti. The organizers said more names would follow. All proceeds go to Choose Love for Gaza relief. Agree about the power of art. We just have to be careful that power doesn't get used to normalize Palestinian suffering. And the other thing, my other concern, my other concern is that opportunists will see the, how do I describe this? People who don't actually give a shit about ending the genocide and Palestinian liberation will just see opportunity in Palestinian suffering. Whether they are journalists, whether they are influencers, whether they are filmmakers, which is just such a vile, it's just such a vile thought, you know? And I have, you know, I see Palestinians talk about how the pain that they experience is multifold. It's not just the physical and psychological pain and trauma at, you know, in enduring such horrors, or Palestinians, you know, with family members in Gaza and the West Bank, but they themselves are are diasporic. It's also now because things have shifted, and because now there is opportunity to capitalize on Palestinian suffering, that there are opportunists who are doing as such. And I know we get into the conversation around like, yeah, but isn't it good to just have everybody getting on board and blah, blah, blah. But then again, we still always have this issue of like Palestinians themselves are never front and center. And a lot of what I see too is the genocide being weaponized by the worst fucking people online to point fingers to, like, the word is just thrown around as a way to score points, as a way to like, I don't know, it's so grossly used. I do hear the number one thing Palestinians ask from us is to keep talking about them. Yes, I mean, it's to never stop talking about Palestine, not stop fighting for Palestine. But are they on board? Well, see, no, I'm trying to make that separation though of like when you raise concern and when you point out opportunists, then you get called like a wrecker, or you are told that it's like, oh, none of that stuff matters now. We just have to we got to raise awareness, and everyone who's speaking out for Palestine is good, and that's important. But I don't think like making money off the suffering of Palestinians right now in this moment is ever something that should be okay, that like people should be able to get away with. And also, like, no matter what, and I think this is something too where even if you consider yourself pro-Palestinian, and even if you consider yourself to be against the genocide, like, we still have to check our internal biases. We have to check our own racism, our own, anti-Palestinian, anti-Muslim racism, to make sure that like we're not continuing to ignore the Palestinians themselves. that like when it comes to the media, when it comes to who we keep propping up, who we keep allowing to speak for Palestinians, to speak about what is happening, like we still, okay, so there is still an issue with prioritizing anti-Zionist Jewish voices over Palestinian voices. And I think what it is this, it's this belief that, it's this belief that it's really important to separate Judaism from Zionism, which yes, it is. But also that, oh, if it's a Jewish person who's saying this, then that's palatable. Then like people should be listening to it because the genocide is being committed in the Jewish name, because Israel, you know, goes to great lengths to monolith all Jews, to conflate Jews with Zionism. But what can happen and what has happened is that we can prove that being pro-Palestine isn't anti-Semitic if it's Jewish people speaking, right? But it's something like, okay, one thing that I don't think is okay is people who are not Palestinian being really cruel and screaming at Palestinians online who have like who have for years now been fighting for their people. And I'm not talking about the couple of Palestinians who like work for the CIA, okay? I'm talking about Palestinian voices who have to, like Palestinians who are, you know, on Twitter or whatnot, who I will see anti-Zionists scream at them, be really condescending, be rude. Like, I'm sorry, but for a lot of us, we just got on board. October 7th and then onward has been a period of time that a lot of people have come to understand anything about Palestine and Israel. And it's good if you have woken up and been able to get past the propaganda. But I have seen people on the internet like speaking over Palestinians who have been a part of these movements, of these causes, who have been fighting for their people for years, and being spoken to in a way that I do not think is acceptable. Like, okay, here's the thing. When the Adam Friedland interview came out, there were Palestinians who expressed their frustration that there is still this like continued, how do I explain this? I don't know. It's like praise and highlighting of Jewish people who say that like centering of Jewish feelings. Yes. And now you can think what you want of the Adam Friedland interview. And I think, yeah, it did really show that someone like Richie Torres is just totally bought and sold. Okay. It's not about Adam though. It was the way that I saw people speaking to Palestinians who have been a part of this fight for a lot longer than most of us, speaking over them, condescending to them, saying that they have no idea, you know, when they point out the frustration with still Jewish feelings being centered in a genocide of Palestinians. It's important to have Jewish people voices, but we need to prioritize Palestinian voices in a genocide. I just feel like I feel like okay. Allies are good. All right. Of course. I am not Palestinian. I am an ally to the Palestinian cause. But I also recognize, like, okay, basically, even if I were to disagree with something that Palestinian activists, you know, those who have been involved, who have a personal, you know, this has been personal for their entire lives, like, I would be very thoughtful and considerate in the way that I am speaking, I guess. Allies sometimes take over a cause in an infantilizing way, very white savior complex. Yeah, anyway, I think we should just be watching our tone. I think we should be making sure that we are not like we're not prioritizing non-Palestinian anti-Zionists and what they have to say for Palestinian people. Like, telling someone experiencing genocide how to feel or act is insane. Yes. Tone policing the people who are suffering is wild. Yeah. Okay. Yes. I'm not interested in like I'm not interested in dissecting the entire Adam Friedland interview right here right now. The point I'm trying to make is that prominent Palestinians online who have been involved in these Palestinian liberation movements for many more years than most of us, who have family who've been murdered by the state of Israel, who are currently suffering. Like, it's the way that I have seen anti-Zionists who kind of have gotten on board with it post October 7th, so still relatively new to these movements and to this cause, like chastising and condescending Palestinians who are raising, you know, who are making the like important points about what anti-Zionism really is. That, like, why do we continue to focus on how, you know, how Jewish people, even if they are anti-Zionists, how they feel. And I think that that's something that's important to listen to. If we're not Palestinian, we should be cautious of how we advocate and make sure we put Palestinians at the forefront and don't speak over them. And I'm not saying, I'm not giving my evaluation on the Adam Friedland interview. I'm using that as an example. I don't care. Like, I don't need to debate the merits of the Adam Friedland interview. That's not what I'm trying to do here. I was trying to bring it up as an example of why I have like just kind of what my issues are, what I've been seeing, and just reminding allies that in the genocide of the Palestinian people, those who are at the center of it and who have led these movements and who have been at the forefront of the cause, but because they are Palestinian and because, you know, because of the way that we treat Palestinians, have never taken priority. And And so I just always think it's good. I think it's good to listen. And I think just watch our fucking tones. You know, like, okay, there's a Palestinian woman. Her name is Viva La Palestine on Twitter. And I just saw people saying really awful things to her when she was like, when she had like made a tweet about the Adam Friedland interview. And as I said, you may disagree. You may see, you know, value or whatever. Okay. But I think it's how you disagree as well. And I heard the doctor who went on Hassan's stream the other day when they were talking about Motaz, when they were talking about like other Palestinians who have literally lived this genocide, who have experienced this. Yes, Dr. Mo. And it makes me feel uneasy to see, especially non-Palestinians. It's like people who just joined the cause speaking about and to people like Motaz, where you may have disagreements, but I do think that this is something where we just need to always be checking ourselves. Like, just fucking imagine, okay? Imagine if things were reversed. And I just always think it's important to like put yourself in the shoes of someone who is Palestinian and has, you know, either they themselves have experienced this or their families are over there. And imagine people on the internet who like, great, I'm glad you're an ally. I'm glad you are against genocide. Every fucking person should be against genocide. I do not think at this point, like, I don't think that you get special, like that you should be applauded, that like you are immune to bad behavior if you are anti-genocide. So just, I don't know. The patronizing, the being condescending, the speaking over and speaking for. Being against genocide doesn't make you a saint of a person. Anyway, I am simply saying this as a person who is not Palestinian, who has tried my best to advocate for Palestine. But I also understand I also understand that does not give me a right to like speak for Palestinians, that I will always watch myself. I will always like just keep myself in check and not think that because I am an ally, that because I, like, as I should be, that is the morally correct position to have. You know, that never gives me the right to not prioritize listening to the people who are directly affected by Israel's cruelty, who have experienced this their entire lives, their parents' lives, their grandparents' lives. This is their lived experience, and they have been a part of these movements. They have been fighting for this cause for a lot longer than people like me have been aware. And there is, I don't know, there is kind of like an American tendency, I'm just going to say, to center ourselves in causes that we have allied ourselves with. You know, it's giving like during Black Lives Matter, how do white people feel about this? The fact that like so many white people only went as far as buying the book White Fragility and made that author super duper rich. And I don't know. It just feels awful that even as they are experiencing genocide, Palestinians still do not have the spotlight, do not have their feelings centered throughout this. It's not that Jewish and non-Palestinian voices aren't important, but that sometimes Palestinian voices are being silenced in order to uplift those other voices. Would that be accurate? It's continuously being silenced, but also like the speaking over and being condescending towards, which I think is also like a very internet thing. It's like, okay, it's the way that we talk to each other on the internet, but now add in like talking to Palestinians about the genocide of their people. It's very patronizing. And I think like one thing that I saw Palestinians pointing out is that Adam found common ground with Richie Torres in condemning the actions of Hamas. And so that then spurred conversation, and it's like all that I think I'm saying here, and what I think is important is please just listen. Please listen to the people who are and have been directly affected and have been at the forefront of this, and don't speak down to them. But anyway, okay, I'm gonna move on from this because I got other stuff to talk about. But like I said, this isn't even specifically about like the Adam Friedland interview. This is just kind of in general. And I get too that at the end of the day, like there is still an ongoing genocide. There's still an ongoing genocide. And I am a person who believes that all support in this moment is crucial, and that everyone should be, everyone who cares should be speaking out against it. But at the same time, I do feel the need to like address this thing that I've seen happening. And I don't know, a reminder that being an ally does not absolve you from being an asshole. That we still can be acting like jerks, even if we think we're great allies. And I think that goes for a lot. This isn't like, I don't think that just applies to the Palestinian genocide. I think that's kind of a problem overall, is like people who are allies are great, right? Allies are important. And I get that a lot of times those who are most affected by something don't get to, they like are kept from advocating for themselves. And allies who have power because they do not belong to that group can play an important role in being advocates. And yet it doesn't mean then that you are immune, that you are totally absolved from like getting things wrong. And I think too, that's why like we've talked about how I think it's important to measure the total character of someone. So like when they do get it wrong, when they do mess up, not just labeling them not labeling them in a way that's unfair to their character, but also like if you are that person and you are not like you've messed up, you've made a mistake, you've been a jerk, whatever it is, your label of being an ally does not make you immune, I guess. Okay. Anyway. Oh gosh. Goodness. Legit. Thank you for the gifted sub. We as allies should be speaking up and raising awareness, not telling the oppressed people how they should feel. Honestly, it's not our place. We haven't been through what they have. You're 100% correct. Yeah, and like, I don't know. Even still, just like me mentioning the example of the Friedland interview, which I said that's not even what this is about. I'm not gonna like fucking debate that. I'm not Palestinian, and people still already were pushing back because I think they thought I was like saying fuck Adam Friedland, and now imagine that like I am Palestinian, and I'm like, okay, so I can't express how I feel. That yet again, you know, I'm getting pushed back on. People, and not that people in this chat were saying this, but what I saw online was like really just nastiness, really just gross behavior towards Palestinians. Of like, no, this is how we should be doing things. This is how you should feel. Like basically just shut up and go away. We got this. And I just am not comfortable with that. All right. Okay. Oh, what do I want to talk about next? Boo, 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 boo.
Of a policy fight.
I'm gonna watch this. Oh, goodness. Unknown, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Okay. But who is telling the oppressed people how they should feel? People who are fucking way too online. And on top of that, do you think they care when their pleas have fallen on deaf ears for years and decades? Okay, let me explain. Palestinians in Gaza right now, they are fighting for their lives. They are just trying to fucking survive. And they need this. They desire this to come to an end, to have their safety and their freedom. What I'm talking about mostly is like the discourse, the everything else that is happening outside of Gaza. So there are Palestinians who I follow, or I see their posts on a platform like Twitter, who are activists, who have been involved in these movements for years and years, who, you know, have talked about Palestine forever, and they care. They do. I see them post and be like, stop talking to me this way. Like, I'm literally Palestinian. So that's what I'm trying to bring up here. This is not a like, oh, we can act however we want as long as we are saying we're pro-Palestine, because Palestinians need everybody that they can get. Like, that in itself is also condescending. I recognize how important it is to have every fucking person be anti-genocide, to be supporting Palestinian liberation. But what I'm saying is like, people need to fucking check themselves, especially like how a lot of our interactions on the internet are already nasty, just the way we speak to one another and how we just act like jerks because, I don't know, it's the internet. And when that is being applied to talking about the genocide of Palestinians, there is something very wrong with that. There is something very wrong about a white guy in Brooklyn who has, over the last year, like, come to understand the Palestinian oppression, or at least enough to be pro-Palestine, who is telling a Palestinian woman who's been fighting for this cause for her entire life, whose family is over in Gaza, to like shut the fuck up. That is what I have a major issue with. Like, what is that? Why are we doing that? Let me explain your situation to you. You don't know anything about being an anti-Zionist. And keep this energy worldwide. Way too many Western leftists talking over third world voices. Yeah, wait, did Adam do that? No, it's not about Adam. The Adam interview was just one example of me seeing that kind of behavior. And like, if I'm frustrated by seeing that, I'm just trying to imagine what that must feel like to be Palestinian. No, it's okay. It's all good. It's all good. I'm just like, I don't know why it's hard. I don't know why it's hard to understand. I'm not talking about you goosies. I'm just in general, like, why people can't get why we shouldn't be talking to Palestinians about the genocide of their people in this way. Like, why we shouldn't be condescending to anti-Zionist Palestinians who have been trying to like raise awareness and advocate for their people for their entire fucking lives. And like, why suddenly some Brooklynite who is like, yeah, I'm pro-Palestine, which great, okay, we should all be, thinks that they have the right to talk to a Palestinian person that way. And this is not the this is not the same thing. This is not the same thing as the like this is not the same thing as being like only someone from like every single person who's from from a minority group is how do I explain? Okay, let me use like Candace Owens as an example. This is not the same thing as, oh, you have to listen to Candace Owens or prioritize what she is saying, or how dare you try and like argue against her because she is black. Like, if you're not black, how can you can't speak on black issues over somebody like Candace Owens. I don't think that's the same thing. Okay, I'm feeling tired anyway. Anywho. You should listen to Black Voices. Oh, so I should listen to Candace Owens? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Okay. Okay, we're gonna watch this video, Taylor. So that's the dark money liberal incubator. All of this has just been ongoing since Taylor wrote that piece for Wired. And now David Pakman is threatening to sue Taylor for defamation Although I have yet to see Pac-Man or Brian Tyler Cohen or any of these other people actually debunk what's in the piece. They just keep saying it's debunked. It's like saying we need to listen to women and handing the mic to Lauren Boebert. That's my woman. That's who I listen to.
Heard over the years from Democratic activists is that you have to fight fire with fire, that if they did stop using dark money as a vehicle to win elections, that conservatives would get ahead. But from what I've observed, it's more that they're feeding the fire and just make it even bigger.
Last week, I published an article on Wired titled, quote, "A dark money group is secretly funding high-profile Democratic influencers." The story describes an initiative aimed at boosting Democrats online that offers influencers up to $8,000 a month.
On a non-serious note, have you talked about the sandwich drama? Nobody acknowledged her Chinese. Oh, I was there yesterday. I was there yesterday. You know what she has to do? Here's what Sam has to do, okay? She has to be a social butterfly in the server. Because here's the thing about streamers. It takes a while for a lot of streamers to like become comfortable with you. And so you just like get in there. You're like, hi, what's going on? Hi, everyone. Hi. Hey, how's it going? Hey. Because unfortunately, getting shinies it's not going to win the social game. So Sam's got to get in there, and she just has to, she can't be going off on her own. She can't be going off on her own for 14 hours, like digging in caves by herself. Okay, the thing with the server is you gotta go say hi to people. You gotta start kissing babies. You gotta like pop up and show off your Pokemon. Be like, let me see your Pokemon. Like, what's going on? So I'm gonna tell Sam she can't be antisocial in the Minecraft server. She's got to win over the people. No, she can't just go off and do her own thing. That's why I changed the sign on her little house when she was like, keep out. And I said, everybody come on in. No, that's not going to work. That is not going to work. You have a mission? Oh, Trixie Mattel is going to TwitchCon? What? Hosting the drag showcase of the decade alongside Pearl Tease. Hey, Bald, try to keep it together. Nerds, let's go. Okay, well, obviously I will try and be there if I can. Okay, but to be fair, she was offering to help Will for hours last night and he ghosted her. That fucking jerk. Like when you two were at Jody's house. Exactly. That's a perfect example. We go to Jody's house, right? I pull out my Pokemon. We're oohing and awing. Sam immediately disappeared. To be like, look, you can't go off and do just all these solo missions all the time. Okay, we got to get you socializing. You got to be talking to the people. Everybody needs to know who you are. They can't just be like, wait, that girl. Sam can't just be the girl who caught 2 shinies. I know she has stuff to do, but we're talking about how do you get crowned as prom queen, okay? You don't get crowned as prom queen by digging in a cave for 6 hours by yourself. Sam brought her Pokemon out and no response. You have to force it.
The program is funded by a power.
She was inviting Sid to check out her house. That's good. Okay, that's great. Oh, Sid has COVID and can't play. Oh, that's sad. Not good. Okay, but that's good moves. look, win the crowd, win your freedom. Win the crowd, win your freedom. How long was Will on there last night? I don't know. All I know is that I stopped waiting up for him. I fell asleep, and then Farley started barking, and I want to say it was at least 5 o'clock in the morning. At least. Speaking of which, are we Cobblemoning tonight? Yeah, I was thinking about jumping in for a little bit.
Powerful liberal dark money group called the 1630 Fund. And per the contracts we reviewed, the creators involved are not allowed to disclose the details of the funding agreement publicly. But what is the 1630 Fund, and why is it a problem if influencers are participating in dark money related schemes? What does dark money even mean anyway? Anna Masagolia is the director of investigations at the Sunlight Research Center, and she writes the newsletter Influence Brief that uncovers the hidden forces of money, power, and influence shaping public policy and our political system. She is one of the top journalists in the country covering dark money. And today we're going to be talking all about what dark money is, what it is not, and how it's being wielded on the internet. Hi, Anna. Welcome.
Thank you for having me.
So to start off, what is dark money? What does the term mean?
Can I just say, too, that this is the best way that someone like Taylor, who wrote the piece, can be pushing back on everyone who's coming for her throat. Just keep making videos, just keep laying out the facts.
And what is a dark money group?
Different organizations have different definitions of dark money, but Open Secrets, an organization that tracks money in politics where I used to work for almost a decade, defines dark money as money from undisclosed sources going to influence political outcomes or elections. After the Supreme Court Citizens United decision in 2010, that was really when we started to see a rise in what we traditionally think of as dark money at this point. The Supreme Court Citizens United decision opened the door for incorporated entities such as corporations and nonprofits to be able to pour more money into U.S. elections.
Why did that Supreme Court ruling give birth to these massive funding machines?
In combination with another ruling called Speech Now, the Supreme Court Citizens United ruling created what are now called super PACs, which are a type of political committee that can raise and spend a limited sum so long as they do disclose their donors. And one of the big increases, at least recently, in dark money has been funneling money through these super PACs. So while super PACs are legally required to disclose their donors, they can just disclose a dark money group like a 501c4 nonprofit that are not legally required to disclose as much information, effectively evading disclosure requirements. Dark money groups can also spend directly on elections with much less disclosure and very few rules.
Got it. So in a lot of cases now, these super PACs have to disclose.
Yeah, if you have never read Jane Mayer's book, you should. So Jane Mayer wrote Dark Money, The Hidden History of the Billionaires Behind the Rise of the Radical Right. And she basically investigates and goes deep into the network of the wealthiest people in this country with very libertarian views, and how they built up they through the use of their extreme wealth built up power on the right. Like, they are the reason that the Tea Party came to be, and how they funneled lots and lots and lots of money into our political system in order to control it.
They're getting massive amounts of money from these dark money groups that don't have to disclose. Like, it's a big black box.
Absolutely. And super PACs taking money from dark money groups is becoming increasingly common in recent election cycles, to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars.
What are the names of some major dark money groups on both sides of the political system? Like, if for somebody that's just starting to pay attention to dark money, what are some big names that they should know?
Some of the biggest spenders through dark money groups are actually aligned with party leadership in Congress. During the last election cycle, we saw a group called Majority Forward on the left and House Majority Forward for Democrats, as well as One Nation and American Action Network on the right. These are some of the biggest players who account for a huge chunk, hundreds of millions of dollars.
Wait, what? You said you texted me. Do you want a special stream?
Oh, treat. I was trying to say for
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I just saw your text. I was like, a special stream from the store? What is that?
Of the dark money going into elections. I conducted an analysis for the Brennan Center, being able to track about $1.9 billion in dark money, which is just a huge sum, and hundreds of millions of dollars of that was just those 4 groups that are aligned with party leadership in Congress. But you also see a variety of other smaller group names as well. One example from the most recent election cycle was Building America's Future, which had ties to Elon Musk, and similar to 1630 Fund, actually had different projects under its umbrella that appear to the average member of the public as an independent group.
Yeah, do you know why billionaires will give money to both Democrats and Republicans? Democrat and Republican candidates? Like, does that tell you anything, that billionaires will fund on both sides in the same way that, you know, groups like AIPAC forever have donated to both Democrats and Republicans because they share the same bottom line, because they just think they're really
but actually
cool.
were just fiscally sponsored projects or aliases that it went by, which is another element of that as well, which effectively makes that even less transparent.
Why should the average...
And it's like, why would we have... Why in what world would billionaires funding liberals, in what world is that good, considering that one of the major issues with the Democratic Party and why Kamala Harris lost is because she signaled her allegiance to billionaires and corporations, and people are sick and tired of this shit. So if you as a liberal influencer are you know, building up at part of a network that is ultimately being funded by billionaires, that's not good. These billionaires, whether they're giving money to Republicans or to Democrats, whether they are, you know, funding liberal media ecosystems or conservative ones, there is not going to be a difference in the interests that they have, no matter what political party, you know, what side of the aisle they are financially supporting.
Voter care about dark money. I feel like we all know that there's so much money in our political ecosystem. A lot of people have heard of super PACs, but why should they care about dark money specifically?
Dark money is an important topic for voters to understand because they are being targeted by the messaging. And if you do not understand that the information you're relying on when you go to the ballot box or building your own political opinions could be colored by someone who has stake in the outcome of the election or outcome of a policy fight, then you might not know to weigh that into your decisions.
I wrote a story for Wired last week about this dark money group called the 1630 Fund and how it is involved in this influence scheme where these content creators were taking money through this funding program and not disclosing any of it. A lot of people were wondering, what is the 1630 Fund? Is this an organization that is powerful in the dark money space? How did it emerge? I know you've done some reporting on them. Can you kind of explain who they are and how they came to be so well known?
The 1630 Fund is a very powerful liberal dark money group that operates as a 501c4 nonprofit. I have started reporting on the organization back in 2018, so it's been on my radar for a while. What first got me interested in the 1630 Fund was Supreme Court nominations, when they were the first major counter to conservative groups spending in support of or attacking Supreme Court justice nominees through a group called Demand Justice that has since spun off from the 1630 Fund. At that point, one of the major functions of the 1630 Fund was to act as a fiscal sponsor or incubator for a variety of different groups that operated under its umbrella. Because of the way it was structured, they didn't have to have their own independent 501c3 status or file any other independent paperwork, which made it a very opaque situation. That's not to say that all fiscal sponsorship situations are dark money or opaque or sketchy in any way, but in this case, sometimes they would start the group by the same people who were running the 1630 Fund. The group would run its course, serve its function, and then disappear. It never spun off, which is typically the focus of incubators and traditional fiscal sponsorship.
Yeah, so what happens like the reason that dark money is so bad, why Citizens United was extremely disastrous, is because it means that the power in our political system does not reside with the people. It resides with those who have the most money. Those who fall under the category of billionaires, of, corporations that obviously are interested in protecting their interests. And with dark money, we don't know who those sources are. So it's really difficult to identify, and the public doesn't have transparency, and they don't know who's responsible for all of this money in our politics. And that has a corrosive effect on our democratic system. And it's why politicians who are refusing to fix our healthcare system, to implement gun control, to address the climate crisis and other major political issues, the reason that they fail to do so, that they refuse to do so, is because of the money, because of their donors. It's bribes.
And how did the 1630 fund evolve? I know that they've raised, I think Politico reported hundreds of millions of dollars, allocated a bunch. How has it operated in more recent years?
The 1630 fund has grown substantially in more recent years and become much more of a public presence. 2018 marked a real turning point when they started to gain national media and also started to attract much more substantial donors. The way that 1630 fund was structured with their fiscal sponsees, they had some projects that were very political and some that were much less political or not political at all. One of the tests that the IRS uses to determine whether a 501c4 nonprofit can be tax exempt, can continue to operate, is whether its primary purpose is social welfare or whether it is politics. And technically, less than half of its activities can be political. And so when you group together all of these organizations...
Why don't you run for office? Can't go to EDC in office? Yeah, that's exactly what it is. If I run for office and somebody takes a video of me at EDC, well, first of all, people are gonna be like, damn, she's so cool. Secondly, I can't risk not being able to go to EDC and do all the things that I love to do at EDC. Yeah, there would be a million articles about why I'm at EDC. Why don't I run for office? Because I don't want to. I don't know. I think when I was younger, I really wanted to run for office, and then I got older and I don't want to run for office. What's hard, how do I explain that? I don't know. I think doing what I do now is a really good amalgamation of all of my interests. And I don't know, I think me being an outspoken leftist, people are like, oh, she should get into politics. But there's a lot of, I don't know, I like being a content creator, and there's also other things that I want to do that are not me running for political office, especially now. And yet that makes you the most qualified. I know it's always that people who don't want power should be the ones who have power. I know it's a meme, but I really do think you'd be a great politician. I understand the hesitation. Yeah, I just, especially right now, it's not something, it's really not something that I would seriously consider. It's like Buffy not wanting to be the Slayer, and yet it was her manifest destiny.
That otherwise could have been independent, the groups that are much less political effectively water down all the political activity by the groups that are more political, and also decrease disclosure. There's much less disclosure around it.
Got it.
Like, in all honesty, I feel like my kind of goal as a streamer is, like, who I am as a streamer is to... So you know how when Andrew Breitbart, sorry to quote Andrew Breitbart, said that culture is downstream, politics is downstream from culture, and it's why the right has been so effective and so ahead of the curve in making everything about our politics here in America, making it all cultural. Because of the fact that if you can control culture, you know, shifts in culture will precede shifts in politics. And so because I am very deeply interested in culture, you know, I love pop culture. I love to analyze it. I love to talk about it. I love to consume it. As a politically a leftist, apply my politics through the lens of pop culture. So I don't know. I just think that what I like to do with that, and also other interests that I have outside of streaming that I haven't been doing because I've been streaming, those are kind of just the things that I want to focus on.
So the point is to sort of like fund all of these kind of seemingly independent things and group them all together and basically kind of like get out of disclosure requirements that would be required if you were just funding political activity. Is that right?
It's hard to know what the aim was initially, whether that was to create a powerhouse or to create kind of a counter to what the conservative movement had created for so many years. But what 1630 Fund created was somewhat unique. Fiscal sponsees had existed for several years, but had not really been in the political space to that effect. There had been donor-advised funds, such as Donors Trust on the right, but there had not been an equivalent on the left to any means. And so I think it was a somewhat innovative move for them at the time.
And who donates to the 1630 Fund? Do we have any idea? I mean, I know this is a fund, a dark money group that has amassed hundreds of billions of dollars. Who is funding it?
We do know some of the donors to the 1630 Fund because of either voluntary disclosures by individuals, organizations, or corporations, as well as foundations that have given or other nonprofits that have given. While nonprofits are not generally legally required to disclose their own donors, they do have to disclose outgoing grants. So it's very easy to see when one nonprofit has given to another nonprofit, and you can kind of piece together those networks. Many bigger foundations also voluntarily disclose their grants, and so you're able to see it that way as well. Some of the bigger donors to 1630 Fund.
What's really funny about this whole situation too is these liberal influencers who were involved here made it so much worse. Really, this would have been another kind of, all right, run-of-the-mill dark money politics story, but it was the way that these influencers have responded and continue to respond that has blown this up even more. They have only dug themselves into a much more gigantic hole.
In more recent years include Open Society Foundation, Democracy Fund, many of those big name left-leaning or central.
David Pakman being like, I don't know, AIPAC, like, I don't really know anything about it. First of all, buddy, you're a political commentator, you're a political creator.
Left foundations and philanthropic organizations that do actually disclose their grants on their website.
I am currently doing a reporting fellowship for the Omidyar Network, which is funded by Pierre Omidyar. And actually, I think because of a lot of confusion between how all of this stuff works, people were accusing me of being funded by the 1630 Fund. Not true, completely false. The Omidyar Network actually came out and issued a statement saying we have not taken any funding from 1630. In fact, the billionaire Pierre Pierre Omidyar once donated to 1630 himself years ago. So basically, like, the billionaire is funding the dark money. Dark money groups don't generally fund billionaires.
Exactly. You certainly aren't going to see dark money groups contributing to billionaires.
Yeah, it's very silly. A bunch of people, I think, have been really confused about the concept of dark money, where they are asking, okay, well, what about a group like the NAACP or Planned Parenthood? Like, these are nonprofits. I
think the funniest response I saw was people trying to say Taylor was racist for saying dark money. Excuse me, that sounds racially tinged.
Inherently dark money. Can you explain the difference between maybe some of these like civil rights nonprofits or advocacy groups and like a dark money fund?
Absolutely. I think a common misconception is that all nonprofits or all 501c4s are dark money. Many 501c4 nonprofits and advocacy organizations do disclose their sources of funding, are very transparent, and do go above and beyond in that way. When they do not disclose that information and spend on politics, on election outcomes, on political influence, that is when they become dark money.
Got it. So it's also important to have that second part of their spending on elections and political influence and things like that.
Absolutely.
I think a lot of people hear about these dark money groups, and actually in my story, we quoted a lawyer who was talking to these content creators and said something to the effect of, you guys don't have to worry about these blah, blah, blah disclosures. You don't have to worry about your name appearing in the FEC because we're structured.
Street saying she's a Republican too.
During the program, you know, in this way. With
right,
like,
but that's what it is. It's like you criticize liberals, you criticize the Democratic Party, and they're like, yeah, okay, you fucking MAGA.
Through this nonprofit. What are the rules around this? Like, how effective are organizations like the FEC and IRS or whatever in tracking dark money? And is there any sort of legislation aimed at bringing more transparency to the system?
Dark money groups are largely left unchecked at this point. Even very brazen examples have been entirely unenforced. The FEC has a reputation of being underfunded, understaffed, not having a quorum, which means that they don't have enough people to even vote on whether to pursue enforcement action. The IRS similarly is very much lacking resources in that enforcement division for tax-exempt organizations. And so it's not necessarily a priority when there's so much else that they are juggling. Even then, it's hard to catch as well.
What does the dark money system on the right look like compared to the left? Because I feel like we hear so much about the Koch network and all of these like right-wing, you know, organizations. Like, where do those sort of political divides fall more broadly in the dark money ecosystem?
So over the years, the political divide in dark money has evolved. Traditionally, after the Supreme Court Citizens United decision, conservatives were the first to really embrace dark money.
Of course.
But starting during the 2018 midterm election cycle, liberal dark money groups started to spend more on either supporting Democrats or opposing Republican candidates. And that is something that has continued in more recent election cycles. Every cycle since 2018, we have seen liberal dark money groups spend more than conservative dark money groups. Democrats benefit more than Republicans. And again, that is just the traditional dark money, looking at 501c4 nonprofits, either giving through super PACs or spending directly on advertising themselves. But every year, consistently, we have seen liberal dark money groups outspending their conservative counterparts. But that's not to say that conservative dark money is going away. It's just that it is getting bigger.
Yeah. So this is something that I feel like a lot of people were responding to me saying last week. Like, it's good that liberals are engaging in more dark money politics because finally maybe we can stick it to the Republicans. I guess, what do you think about the expansion of this dark money ecosystem? Like, is this good for democracy? I think one thing I'm concerned about as somebody that cares a lot about transparency and open government, like, liberals always sort of criticize the Republicans for this system. Now they're buying into it, as you mentioned, even more. And now it seems like we have both parties really embracing dark money. Do you think that that could be a problem for democracy?
One of the arguments that I've heard over the years from Democratic activists...
And again, it didn't work. I mean, how much Kamala Harris... Kamala Harris raised more than $1 billion in less than 4 months. And Trump raised less money than he did during his run in 2020. And it still didn't work. Same thing, Andrew Cuomo had way more money than Zoran Mamdani did in the primary, and he lost. and they were still broke by the end. Yeah, that's because a lot of consultants lined their pockets and were like, great, at least I'm a winner here.
And liberal dark money activists is that you have to fight fire with fire, that if they did stop.
It's because a lot of liberals, they think the most important thing is winning, right? They think that everything will be fine as long as Democrats win. It doesn't matter if Democrats don't do anything once they're in power. It's just a matter of gotta win elections.
Using dark money as a vehicle to win elections, that conservatives would get ahead. But from what I've observed, it's more that they're feeding the fire, that as liberal dark money groups adopt new tactics, you're then seeing conservative dark money groups using those same tactics and starting to meet each other and feed off of each other's new ideas and new tactics and just make it even bigger.
What ethical concerns arise when voters don't know who's funding these campaigns and political efforts?
When voters don't know who is trying to influence...
So, you know, when we say get billionaires out of politics, it means out of all politics. It doesn't mean get billionaires out of right-wing politics. Like, I don't understand why this is so... Why there's pushback to this, right? What happened to all the calls of getting big money out of our political system?
Their views. They may rely on a piece of information that they read online.
Xavier, thank you for the prime.
That they consume through an advertisement on TV and not know that it is colored by an organization that actually has stake in the outcome of the election. And in some cases, we don't even know what interest that is. And so it becomes very hard to assess what the bias of those pieces of information we're consuming are. In some cases, they can be very subtle, especially online. They do not fit the traditional mold of political advertising. They don't always fit into what regulations actually are required to enforce. They don't have the traditional vote for or vote against language, but they can be even more effective because they can look like news articles. They can look like much more organic posts, and even enlist things like influencers and other tactics that are very effective. And without disclosure, someone may consume that information as fact or as information from a trusted source.
Yeah, it seems like influencers are playing a bigger role. Like, obviously, I wrote about this on the Democratic side in my Wired story, but there's been plenty of examples of Republicans engaging in influencers. And it seems like influencers also, because that industry is so unregulated, are out here presenting themselves as journalists while taking tens of thousands of dollars in this funding, you know, on both sides of the aisle. Could you talk a little bit about how dark money is shaping the internet? Are you seeing more of these online influence campaigns? And do you think that this is something that we'll see more of also as like the influencer industry continues to take over media?
I think the conservative side certainly embraced influencers much earlier than Democrats have. Groups like Turning Point USA have been able to reach out to younger audiences and effectively create mouthpieces that they are able to use. It's a fine line between restricting speech and telling people what to say and providing them with scripts versus finding the right people to amplify your message who already believe things. And I think that that's an interesting distinction between those things. It's also much harder to regulate influencers over the years. I think that the Federal Election Commission and other federal agencies have struggled with applying the laws on the books to these new applications as well.
One big...
Also, it's gross. People are saying she's a secret. Oh, I know. I talked about how a lot of the attacks here are just personal smears, and it's because rather than engaging with the piece itself, because they can't debunk it, you can't just say debunked and then it's debunked. It's not a magic trick. It's more effective to just personally attack the journalist who wrote
controversy also that I wrote about, this was months ago, was the Tenet Media controversy, where this organization Tenet Media, which was sort of this front group for this Russian money, was funding these conservative content creators like Tim Pool and Benny Johnson, giving them hundreds of thousands of dollars a month. How often does dark money overlap with foreign influence concerns?
Increasingly so. One of the articles that I wrote for Open Secrets a few years ago was about influencers who were enlisted as part of a pro-Chinese government, pro-CCP campaign ahead of the Olympics in Beijing. And because of the way the influence operation was structured. They did have to disclose that they were enlisting influencers and that they were hiring a firm to do so. But the influencers themselves did not have to put any type of disclaimer on the content they were putting out there, because technically they had control over the content. The way the Foreign Agents Registration Act is written, if the foreign government or foreign political party does not have direction, control, or some other equivalent of that, you don't necessarily have to report all of that, the payments that are happening there. You don't necessarily have to include disclaimers. And so there are a variety of new ways that this information is coming out there. That's just one example of influencers being deployed. That was one that was disclosed, at least the operation itself was disclosed in Foreign Agents Registration Act filings, but there's so much else that is not. Just using China's example, there's so many different YouTube videos where it can be very subtle at first, where it's puppy videos.
Do you know what's so funny? I have had multiple people like so confused why we're all going to China. And I think they think we're going to do content for the Chinese government. Like people in my life who go, so I don't like, what are you guys doing there? Are you like I think they think we're doing Chinese propaganda videos, which is very funny. It's hilarious. Like, of course, when we went to Japan, that was easy to understand. It's like, oh, you're going to go, hang out, eat food, do silly, fun content. And in China, they're like, so what's going on? Am I going to find a Chinese coat? We'll see. Stay tuned. What's your purpose in going there?
And food videos, and then
you underestimate how little Americans know about China and how confident they are in what they think. Oh, Toby, you forget I'm Chinese. Do you think that as a Chinese person in the United States of America, I underestimate what Americans think about China? Literally that one time I was in the airport and that Diet Ann Coulter, what's her name, Annalise Steele or whatever, was talking about me as like a Chinese spy. Do you know how many Americans in this country have said things to me because I am a Chinese person? Even though I am third generation, I have never been to China. Yeah, COVID was really a fun time too. COVID was such a fun time to be Chinese in this country. Oh yeah, no, I know. I'm aware. I am a spy. That is true.
Subtle pro-China messaging comes in, and it's certainly not limited to China by any means. Many other countries have them as well. Oftentimes it's very much like cleaning.
Like, let me just give an example. So I am like, basically people's concerns are alleviated when they remember or when they find out that I was born in America and that my father was born in America as well. And that is a way to, like, I think kind of separate me from being Chinese, although there's plenty of dummies who there's no nuance matters at all. But just as far as like, oh, we're not gonna freak out because she doesn't have any connections to China.
Up their image. Saudi Arabia has even flown influencers out to their country to have effectively curated trips, and because they give those influencers, technically they give them control over what they are posting, but they're controlling what they are experiencing. They are not legally required to have certain disclaimers or disclosures that otherwise would be required. And so this is a very new.
The other funny thing, I saw a comment of someone who was like, oh yeah, they were talking about the China trip. They're like, Caroline's going to China because Hassan's going to China, and like obviously Hassan being pro-Chinese, like that's why Caroline is. Which is funny too, because that erases the fact that I am Chinese and I have always wanted to go visit China. And the reason that I'm going on this trip is because for years I have wanted to go to China with Will, and he has never wanted to until Hassan proposed that they go to China to do content. So the reason that I'm going to China in November is because my family is from China. I have never been. I have always wanted to visit, and I have always wanted to bring my weeb ass boyfriend, who did not want to go to China until his weeb ass boyfriend was like, we're going to China.
New area of the law that has not been explored sufficiently in the past and is largely unregulated.
I covered that Saudi Arabia influence campaign as well for the New York Times. And a lot of what those influencers told me was sort of similar to what these influencers in the Chorus program have been saying of like, well, I was never given a script. I was never told exactly what to say. But I do think that it's worth asking questions of if you take part in an influence operation that is funded by dark money or some other group that you don't even know the funders of, and maybe you're attending daily messaging sessions, but you're not explicitly told what to say. Like, yeah, I guess technically you don't have to disclose that, but it seems like we should have more laws, right, around transparency. Is there any legislative effort to crack down in this stuff?
Where's my family from? My family's from all over, but mostly Beijing and then also Hong Kong. Yeah, classic meme. Hey, we should go to China. I don't know. We should go to China. When are we leaving? Ah! Yes. Yep.
There have been some efforts in Congress, such as the Disclose Act, to increase transparency around 501c4 nonprofits. There have also been some efforts specifically focused on foreign influence and increasing transparency. I am not aware of as much focused on influencers, however. I think it's much harder to regulate at this point. There may be more recent legislation that I've missed, but at least as of the last time I checked, there has not been much, but because I think it is such a delicate area of the law and it's evolving so quickly.
What is the most surprising or creative method that you've seen for hiding political spending?
I would say some of the brazen examples have been kind of interesting for me, even when they were just traditional dark money, just how brazen they were. One case early on that I worked on at Open Secrets was about Carolina Rising, which was this 501c4 nonprofit that popped up shortly before a Senate election, a few months before it was created. It spent a little over $5 million, and then right after the election, it shut down. That's all it ever did. It never did anything other than spending, supporting one candidate and opposing the other. And on election night, the person who ran the group actually had a few too many drinks and went on local news and said, 5.4 million, we did it, and admitted to this on local news. And then eventually he became the head of the party in that state. Long story short, it went to the Federal Election Commission. They declined to even investigate, even with this very clear evidence that was well documented on TV, which I found so fascinating. So I think that it's more that surprises me than the tactics themselves in many cases.
What effect does dark money have on political candidates once they're elected? Like, does the spending stop as soon as they're elected, or can dark money funds continue to fund politicians once they're in office?
Dark money does not at all stop when a candidate is elected. It continues throughout. And if anything, having a candidate elected and having them become an office holder gives the dark money group more content to be able to use in their advertisements, to be able to say that they are creating issue ads saying, oh, this member of Congress is great on this issue or terrible on this issue, and gives them more leverage in Congress. So it can go both ways, either if a dark money group is focused on a specific issue, using the vote to be able to leverage against a candidate, say, oh, if you vote a certain way, we will or won't run ads against you, and kind of using that as leverage, or vice versa, running ads trying to push them in one way or the other. And so it can kind of be an interesting relationship throughout. Certainly not something that stops after an election cycle. However, disclosure is much more limited after elections are over. And so it's much harder to track and requires going to online ad archives such as Meta's ad archive and Google's ad archive and X's Stat Archive or through the Federal Communications Commission, which can be much harder to track than just through the Federal Election Commission.
What sense do you have of like the mix of who's funding dark money just broadly?
I mean, one of the issues is we really just don't know who is behind these groups.
It's me.
Could be a foreign oligarch, it could be the billionaire next door, or it could be a major corporation. Some corporations, about half of the S&P 500 corporations, do voluntarily disclose at least some information about their annual contributions to 501c4s and trade associations. And so we do know some of that money going into 501c4s is coming from corporations. In some cases, we do see money coming from family foundations affiliated with major donors. In some cases, we have seen leaks that reveal the names of major donors, but it's hard to know. There's so much that you just hit a brick wall. You just don't know who is actually behind it. And that's the nature of dark money.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just politicians, it's Supreme Court justices who are taking bribes as well, who are, you know, not disclosing the gifts that they have received.
So you mentioned earlier that dark money funds PACs, but do PACs ever fund dark money?
That is not something that I've seen before. Typically, political action committees would not give money to a dark money group, since the Political Action Committee is required to disclose its donors and has already gone through all of the scrutiny. So they would already have gone through all of that disclosure regime. It's not unheard of for a political action committee, especially a super PAC, to have in-kind donations in particular with a dark money group if they have a close relationship with them. For example, you may have a super PAC with an affiliated dark money group. One example that comes to mind is Tennesseans for a Better Tomorrow and Better Tomorrow for Tennessee, which were a super PAC and a dark money group that sound very familiar, shockingly. One was the 501c4 nonprofit, one was the super PAC. The super PAC had to disclose its donors to the Federal Election Commission, had to disclose its spending. The dark money group didn't have to disclose anything at all. Shockingly, the super PAC was fully funded by the dark money group. But you might also see in-kind contributions reported by the super PAC going to the dark money group if they share staff. That is something very common, in particular with party-aligned dark money groups and super PACs that we've seen. Both of the major parties in the Senate and the House, their leadership have dark money groups affiliated with them as well as super PACs. One Nation and Majority Forward on both sides in the Senate, where you will see they are run out of the same office or have been at varying points and share staff. And so you will see in-kind contributions, but not necessarily donations directly. They're not giving them money typically.
Say you're an influencer or content creator and you get offered one of these dark money deals, and maybe you're a little bit nervous about taking it, but you want to be transparent.
In-kind contributions are also where a lot of fuckery happens. They will underestimate, misvalue the goods, the services, whatever it is that's being donated. There's so many ways to get around the political spending and fundraising rules. And even if you're doing, whether you're doing something legal or you're doing something that's not legal, like this shit just happens all the time. I remember when I was working in political fundraising, and how in-kind donations were a very easy and commonly used way to kind of fudge the numbers.
And you want to make sure that you're receiving money.
Not hating, article is amazing, but it's not like she went that hard. Well, that's why I was like, look, this is a run-of-the-mill dark money in politics type of article, but it was the way that everyone who was involved responded to this. Like, here's an example, okay? This girl who calls herself a Regina George liberal is one of the most insufferable people that I have listened to. And it also makes me think that the Democrat strategy here is to lose. Listen to just a little bit of her speaking.
Abundantly clear right on the outset. This is not me apologizing. This is not me convincing. This is not me trying to persuade. These are the objective, irrefutable facts. And if you choose not to believe an entire group of widely respected, smart, credible people over a perpetually disgraced ex-journalist turned beggar for Substack subscriptions, then I think you are, and I need you to listen to this very carefully, profoundly stupid. And
Are we widely respected? Are we? So apparently she was a former Republican who then decided to become a liberal influencer, but calls herself the Regina George liberal. And it's, I don't know. I think that says a lot that she has been referring to herself as Regina George. Regina George was not somebody in Mean Girls who was supposed to be, you weren't supposed to aspire to be Regina George. Regina George is synonymous with being a fucking mean girl. If you identify with Regina George, you're not a nice person. I had a friend whose name was Regina, and she took like pleasure in calling herself Regina George, and she was not nice. And anyone I know who proudly acts like Regina George or calls themselves Regina George is always a fucking bitch.
Don't want you following me anyway. Just so we're super clear.
Just so we're super clear, if you're ugly and poor, get out of here.
I met a more widely hated, universally contemptible person beyond Taylor Lorenz, except for Ted Cruz. I have never met another journalist who respects her. I have never met an interview subject who was not misquoted by her. And this is all widely documented.
It's all widely documented, so try reading.
Lorenz cannot stand content creators, and she doesn't like content creators because she does not stand to benefit from that landscape. Despite being a content creator,
a lot of these people who I've now been introduced to because of this article and because of what they've said afterwards, like Too Raw, Too Real, Regina George Liberal, these are some of the most obnoxious individuals. There is no way that these are the people who are effectively going to bring outsiders into the base. It ain't happening. These people are nasty. They are mean. They are so condescending, and I just have a hard time. I have a hard time believing that like they are the ones who were chosen for any reason other than the Democrats would like to lose.
Anyway, money in sort of an ethical way. Is there a way to find out like where those dollars originated?
It can be very difficult to get a full accounting of the money spent by a dark money group, and even harder to get a full picture of who is funding a dark money group. You can get some information from their annual tax returns and from their voluntary disclosures online potentially, but by and large, you're never going to get that complete picture in most cases.
Oh my God, Z Cohen Sanchez, another person that unfortunately I now know who they are and have had to listen to their vile screed. I'm like, that is one of the that is one of the unfortunate just side effects of this piece, is that now I know who some of these people are. I'm like, oh my God, you are the worst. You are so obnoxious.
Yeah, I guess that's why dark money is called dark money, because you don't know. You won't know. One influencer I was speaking to actually said that he was really scared. He didn't sign up for this program because he was scared of losing his security clearance. I guess with certain levels of security clearance, you have to be able to say that you've never received funding from a foreign adversary. And of course, if you take dark money funding, you don't actually know like if some foreign adversary has donated, right, to like a dark money group, and then somehow you received like a portion of that funding.
That's one of the big issues with it, is you don't know if it's even domestic money that is being channeled through these nonprofits. Some states have made initiatives and tried to tackle that issue of requiring disclosure of foreign dark money and donors, but it's a very messy system and something that's very challenging and that by and large lawmakers are still figuring out. And because it's evolving so quickly, that adds another layer to the puzzle.
Where can average people that want to learn more about this dark money funding in the US go? Like, where can people better learn about this system and familiarize themselves with some of these big dark money groups?
If someone is trying to learn more about dark money or a group that they have seen and suspect might be a dark money group, I would recommend checking ProPublica and their 990 search. They have a great resource for looking at the annual tax returns of these groups. If you are wanting to roll back a bit and just get basic definitions, Open Secrets, where I used to work, has a wonderful resource called darkmoney.org, where you can look and get a better understanding of dark money generally. Lots of great resources there as well.
Anna, thank you so much for joining me today. You're literally one of the best reporters on dark money, and so I'm just so excited to be able to talk to you. Where can people continue to follow your work?
I write a newsletter called
Don't Care, Debunked.
Influence Brief on Substack, so please subscribe. I also work with the Sunlight Research Center, which is a shared research desk for local news organizations,
Feelings don't care about your facts. Sorry, ladies. Get owned.
Investigative and data support. I also am an independent journalist and researcher, always looking for opportunities to collaborate.
Thanks again for chatting.
Oh, thank you. My pleasure.
All right, that's it for the show. Don't forget to subscribe to my...
I really love that every single attack on this Wired article only directly names Taylor, not, I don't know, anyone on the editorial staff. That is because the people who are attacking Taylor, they know better than to try and attack Wired, that it's a better strategy to just join in on the many smear campaigns against her, and that they can try and discredit the piece by discrediting Taylor as an individual journalist. But they are, in fact, acting as if this was just something she went rogue and published this article herself without any editors, any lawyers, without Wired, which the piece is published on. Taylor is an independent journalist, and so she will get hired. She will freelance in this way. So this is not like, it's so stupid. It's so stupid. Like, this was published under the Wired umbrella. This is not just something that she wrote on her Substack. So the Wired editorial staff and their legal team, they have to do their due diligence, and yet all of the attacks are on Taylor, and there is a reason for that. So I don't know, man. It's so silly. I just keep looking around. I'm like, yeah, you guys aren't doing yourselves any, you're not helping yourselves. You're only digging a deeper hole. You look really bad. You've made this an even bigger story. Like, had this come out and everyone just acted normal about it, it would not be as it would not be as big of a thing as it has become. And they just keep going and making themselves look fucking terrible. Showing their whole asses, truly. Butt crack and all. Asshole, butt crack, and all. All right. What else do I want to talk about? Did you see Bobbi Althoff is back? Bobbi Althoff is back, and she's brought Drake back on her podcast. I just need you to watch this clip, okay? Anybody who still has like pro feelings towards Drake, look at this weird ass
superhero name. What would it be? BBC Girl.
Oh, okay. That's where we're gonna end. That's crazy. How about you redo that without that?
Sorry.
Aubrey is the epitome of somebody who's not funny, but they think they're very funny. Like an I crack myself up. You might crack yourself up, but you ain't cracking anyone else up.
If you had a superhero name, what would it be? What would it be?
How do I clear up this room?
He is so bad. He has me siding with Bobbi Althoff.
Or what should I say to clear up this
That the
rumor?
world thinks that you just...
I'm a whore?
No.
That's definitely what people
they just think
say.
that you magnetically attract the biggest anacondas on planet Earth.
Okay, I
Why
don't
do
know
they
what
think
to-
that? Is it because you're like just so like sweet and dainty?
I don't know why people say that. I don't want them to say that anymore. I don't.
How are we gonna end it?
Well, whatever we do
He
is
is
going to
so
set the
weird.
precedent for every interview off.
Truly a whack ass. Drake is so whack. I This guy just keeps showing himself to be without any charisma. He's such a weirdo. He's such a weirdo.
Just what are you thinking?
Like, what is?
That's not what I want to happen every single interview. Can you imagine? I don't want them to say that anymore.
How are we gonna end it?
Well, whatever we do is going to set the precedent for every interview after. So just what are you thinking? That's not what I want to happen every single interview. Can you imagine that being the thing?
If you had a superhero name, what would it be?
Isn't he like 40? What was the other thing he did recently? I mean, he's done a lot of things recently. Shit, what was it? He posted, it was like an Instagram story. God, I can't remember what it was. It was just another loser ass Drake thing. Oh, I can't remember what it was. It was either like something in an Instagram comment, an Instagram DM, or something he posted on his Instagram story. I can't remember what it was, but big loser energy. The biggest. He really doesn't know how to talk with adult women. Yeah, because he's always talking with like teenagers. That's where he feels most comfortable. His beef with Fantano was so lame. Was it that or what? No, was it maybe something he had posted on? No, was it? Look, the problem is when you're a person who's always doing the cringiest, weirdest shit, it's hard to remember a specific instance. He really does have countless embarrassing moments, so I can't even keep track of them. I can't remember what it was. In the same interview, he said his type are goth with huge tits, O cups. He was describing anime girls. Wow, where have we heard that one before, Drake? He's rebooting Degrassi apparently, and I really hope he has no hand in casting or being around the young girls cast. Okay, my question is, how many people were on the Drake hate train prior to the Kendrick Lamar beef? And then how many people since, during that beef and since, have been like, wait, this guy majorly sucks. Drake is he's really weird. That was the thing. He called out a journalist and creator. As I said, he's always doing really, really cringe shit. Drake in a kick chat. Beef with the owners, or is this a misunderstanding like they said last time? You know, the other thing too is that he's another celebrity who's way too online and way like in spaces that he shouldn't be, because I think it affects his ability to be cool. Like, why is he in offline kick chats, you know? That's not helping him to look less embarrassing. It's very loser behavior. I don't even know what this is. W's for my brother trained tonight. Only W's. Fucking Bijan is on a boat with DiCaprio, tripping on Ket, wearing ON running shoes in the worst shades known to man. You are the Jordan. I am Steph. The point is Bijan is getting a piggyback from Tobey Maguire right now in Ibiza. Max these goofinos tonight. Fuck them. Bro, what are you doing? I liked his music from 2009 to 2015, but then it got worse. He is just always engaging in the most cringe behavior. He's another example of you can have all the money in the world and have insane fans and still crave validation. Yeah, it's like never enough. I think celebrities have the cool factor when they are not, first of all, okay, as a celebrity, in order to be mysterious, in order to be kind of able to maintain this air of who are they, you know, like something that's just cool about them. You can't be doing shit like this. You can't be in the trenches with us normal folk. You know, there's a reason that as like celebrities as part of their brand will make sure to not be on the internet. Imagine Austin Butler, okay? Here's a guy who's been blowing up in Hollywood. FD said it best. Okay, we'll listen to this. Here's a guy who's one of the biggest names in Hollywood. He's a serious actor. He's become the A-list of the A-list. Now imagine Austin Butler, imagine Austin Butler showing up on Kickstreams or doing chronically online things like the plebeians, like the normal folk. You mean Elvis? Yes, Elvis. I think that would have an effect on like how people perceive Austin Butler. I think they take him really seriously as an actor because all he focuses on is being taken seriously as an actor. You know, like he's all about the work. He is somebody, whenever you do see, it's usually when he's doing press for one of his films where you'll get Austin Butler out. Like, this is a guy who came from fucking Disney Channel or Nickelodeon or one of those. He was very smart in being able to break out of that former kind of young child. Well, he wasn't like a kid, but young actor. He was able to break out of that realm and shed the Nickelodeon Disney label because and now be seen and treated as a very serious actor in the biz because he only focuses on his work. It broke my heart seeing Mariah on Kai's stream. Why is Mariah Carey promoting her album on Kai's stream? There is something about that you're like, really? Like, oh, I guess her son, yeah, I guess she's kind of, it's probably because of her kid. I think her kid thinks her kid's like in that world. Yeah, her kid's in that world. You know, that makes sense for Kim K, though. I'm not surprised at all that Kim K is showing up on Twitch streams like that. This man was a child who? Drake, and almost went straight into his music career. He's clearly so emotionally stunted he never got to actually interact with normal humans. Arguably, almost his entire life, his behavior makes so much sense. Yeah, emotionally stunted is a good way of putting it.
I'm just gonna be honest. If Drake is your favorite rapper, you're probably a loser, or at least like the most boring person that any of your friends know, and also possibly shitty and into underage girls and just like weirdo shit. You know, just keeping it real. If that's your favorite rapper, not like you like some Drake songs, not like he goes off in the club, but if you like connect with Drake, if he inspires you, you probably suck. Yeah, we're done with the history part of the video. Drake makes vapid, disposable music about not having any real friends and feeling like he can't trust anyone, not being in good relationships, chasing toxic women, doing drugs, and not in a cool, yeah, we getting high way, but in a let me numb the pain way. That's basically all of his last 4 albums in a nutshell. And I'm not saying that he doesn't make that sound entertaining or at least catchy. I'm just saying, if this is your favorite music, your favorite, you probably think Transformers is like an amazing movie. You probably think Vanilla Ice Cream is spicy. This isn't even just a racial thing. Like, that's Drake's white fans and his black fans, his male fans and his female fans and everyone in between. I'm sorry.
I will say the biggest Drake fans I know are like the whitest white girls I know. The type of the type of white women who the type of white women who think how do I describe this? Who think that like Vegas is the best place in the world. #1 vacation spot, Las Vegas. And who how else can I describe? Are also the white girls I know who like the epitome of their understanding of black culture is someone like Drake. You know? Like thinking they're clued into black culture because Drake is their favorite rapper. Oh shit. Maple Takes, thank you for the raid and thank you for the 14 months. What's up, everybody? Did you see the insane surrogacy story in Wired? I did see that. I might cover that another day this week. Anyway, I don't think I can say it better than FD.
Drake is vapid. You can like Drake, but to love Drake is to hate goodness.
Started from
but
the
thing
bottom,
is, a
now
creator I
we're
used to
here.
watch a lot with really interesting critiques about art and anime randomly. Tricks of the Golden Witch. She said that part of Drake's appeal is the fact that he's #1. Drake's hardcore fans don't really like his music on a meaningful level. They just like being connected to something that they recognize as popular and, easily digestible, not challenging to their boredom and absence of personality. These are people who don't have a unique brain cell in their heads and they can't even fathom enjoying something on the basis of quality, but they do know what other people say they like. And what's ironic is that because of that, they're probably not even actually giving Drake as much credit as he deserves as an artist. They like One Dance and, Going Home, but they probably think Pound Cake is boring. You've never heard someone be like, man, I heard that new Drake album and it changed my life. At best, it's like, I heard that new Drake album and then I did another set of deadlifts. That's the best you got. And I know there's some people watching this right now, the true Drake stans, that are like saying it's weird and lame to like feel like a song or an album changed your life. And I can't help but feel bad for you if that's how you feel. I genuinely empathize with anyone who hasn't heard a album or even just a song and recognize that they're a different person now that they've heard that album or song. That is a great feeling that maybe a couple of Drake, maybe a little bit, but the people that ride for Drake, the motherfuckers in Drake's Reddit right now, that's not them. But the motherfuckers in Drake's Reddit do know or feel, even some still to this.
The motherfuckers in Drake's Reddit is just, it's such a funny descriptor.
That Drake is #1. But if he were to run from this fight, how could he ever say that again and be taken seriously? He would immediately lose so much of the aura that particular fan base was attracted to. And for years now, as Drake has operated this meme lord online base of fans, that was not going to cut it. And these are things I miss. I called
Drake has always been weird about Rihanna.
Drake a bitch and said he wouldn't respond because these days he only takes shot at women, and that was wrong. I didn't consider that when things are going poorly, when shit gets hard, bitch ass niggas are incredibly dangerous. And so was Drake, at least we thought.
But you know how I'm feeling? I got my fucking head up high, my back straight. I'm 10 fucking toes down in Florida or anywhere else I go. And I know that no matter what, it's not a nigga on this earth that can ever fuck with me in my life.
Jason Lewine 2 years ago, by the way.
Oh my god.
Hey.
Oh my god.
I'm about to. Yo.
Do it, just do it.
Yo. I'm about to click out on this shit. I'm about to click. Whoa. I'm about to click out on this shit. I'm about to click. Whoa. I'm down to click out on
I think the point has been proven. I think that's only further evidence. Further evidence.
And that's how I want you to walk out of here tonight.
But even with all this in mind, I don't think it's an accident that Drake responded 3 weeks later after a second Metro Boomin and Future album release called We Still Don't Trust You. And it didn't feature more disses from Drake, but it did get some disses from one A$AP Rocky. In the time since A$AP had toured with Drake in 2012, he went on to get together with Rihanna, one of the biggest pop stars of the era.
Do you think people actually think Drake started from the bottom? Do you think that they're like, look, Drake started from the bottom and now he's really here?
One of the most desirable women in all of pop or hip hop culture, and one of the richest.
No one
and
in
for
Toronto
Drake,
thinks
the one
that.
woman who seems to have gotten away.
I'm actually writing.
Yeah, he's always been
Rihanna.
weird about Rihanna.
There's a lot of rumors about you were seen kissing her and stuff like that. So I mean,
you know, we've been in the same vicinity before, you know.
Drake is weird with all his exes, like pretty much all of them. But specifically with Rihanna, they dated between 2016 and 2018. And it is well documented that after they broke up, he was very petty and bitter and would throw.
I think too, the thing that Drake haters have always united around is Drake being fake, right? There being no authenticity, no realness to this man. And I think he's really unlikable, and I don't think he does anything to fix that. He only makes it worse. He is always getting caught being weird. There's always some like, oh, here's what Drake did. Here's what Drake said. And so the discourse around Drake is always about how he's being a little bitch ass.
Subliminal and not so subliminal shots at her, and then eventually A$AP Rocky, who she began dating after him. Except unlike Drake, A$AP was able to solidify that union, and they eventually had a child in 2020, and Drake publicly unfollowed her on social media. I'm not gonna say what that makes him look like to regular, like, sane people, but whatever. A$AP,
And whoever it was that said earlier that no amount of money, fame, etc. is enough validation for him, I do think I think that's what's going on. He picks a woman to obsess over and then gets super weird with them and their partners. Yeah, didn't he do that with Serena Williams, if I recall? Drake just here's another thing. If you come across as desperate for validation, that is about the least cool thing that you can do, especially if you're trying to present yourself as a badass, as like a take no prisoners type of guy. That desperation reeks. He threw a tantrum and swore he'd never date another adult woman. Only teenage girls for me. He was obsessed with Nicki for a bit too. He's like a tick. You know, he just latches on and he just sucks all the blood out of you. Drake had a cameo in To Catch a Kick Predator video 2, hanging out with kick streamers that were trying to trick girls into doing stuff on camera without them knowing they were being broadcasted. Oh, yeah, he sucks in so many different ways. Like there are a multitude. There's an entire Bible of why Drake is a piece of shit. What I don't understand, okay, look, Drake songs, you know, like them, whatever. For people who are Drake stans, do they genuinely think he is like, where does the cult of personality for him come from? I don't just mean being like, I love Drake music. I mean, I love Drake. I don't understand that. I don't understand Drake himself being somebody that people that people obsess over, that they look at and they're like, yeah, that guy's awesome. That's the coolest guy. That's the guy that I'm going to go to war for. He's doing that now with Rhea Ripley, and she shot him down and said she was a Kendrick fan. Are they just Major Degrassi fans? Are they like, I loved him in Degrassi. That's my Aubrey. I don't know. It's the whole fuck bitches get money thing. But I don't even think Drake like pulls that off. Do you know what I'm saying? The whole fuck bitches get money, like, to me, he doesn't even pull that off. Like his vibes are so deeply pathetic, I guess. That's why I'm like bitchless type vibes. Very pitiful. I mean, I don't pity him, but I just mean, it's just everything I see of him, it really just gives loser behavior. I wonder if they relate to the hollow non-personality of someone like Drake having made it. Why do people worship Drake? Why I became a Drake fan, and 3 things it teaches me about Jesus. I literally Googled, why do people love Drake? This is what pops up. Why I became a Drake fan and 3 things it teaches me about Jesus. And look at this fucking photo. This is from 2018. I couldn't stand Drake until this has to be, no way. Oh my God. This simply cannot be real. I know it's an unpopular opinion, but I'm just trying to keep it real. Listen, I'm a big fan of hip hop. Good hip hop, that is. I started listening to it as a rebellious middle schooler in Atlanta who didn't have a clue what any of it meant. Ludacris, T.I., Lil Wayne, Soulja Boy, and Eminem were the artists who got me in the door. Discovering NWA and Tupac kept me around. Kendrick Lamar, Chance, J. Cole, Lecrae, and Aha Gazelle kept me coming back for more. I'll listen to other rappers who are influential or saying something important, but I usually stay away from hip hop that I deem as unimportant. Naturally, I became a Drake hater. I would say things like, his music is too shallow. I don't see the big deal. His songs are so repetitive. He's not even that good. How did he get so famous? Only shallow people like Drake's music. Everybody who likes Drake is just wrong, period. Okay, so here's the truth. I was the one who was wrong. Last week, my girlfriend got excited because Drake had just dropped a new song. She started playing it in the car. At that moment, I had an epic internal battle between my flesh and the spirit in me. My flesh wanted to tell her that she was shallow for listening to Drake, but the spirit in me knew to show love, respect what she likes, and attempt to enjoy it too. So I listened. I started nodding my head with the beat. I started jamming to the beat. The beat drops and I hear, she say, "Do you love me?" I tell her, "Only partly. I only love my bed and my mama. I'm sorry." The beat comes back in and I start going wild. I really didn't want to like it, but it is so good. I played the song 12 times the next day while I worked out, and I played it some more on the way home from the gym. And then I played it in the car with my friend Derek. Because of his knowledge of music and sound engineering, I trust Derek's opinion on any kind of music. He just has a deeper understanding of it than I could ever have. As we listened to the song, I was sitting in the passenger seat of Derek's Tacoma, and I looked over at him. No lie, his eyes were welling up with tears. This meant something to him. This meant a lot to him. If this meant something to someone who I love and respect so much, I had to ask, why is Drake considered to be so good? Derek teaches me something about life, Jesus, or music every time we get to hang out. That day, I got to learn some things about Drake, and more importantly, Jesus. I will share just a few details about Drake, but if you want to learn more, check out this article. No, thank you. First of all, Drake does rap about things that are important for people to hear. Self-doubt, friendship, love, and some other things that people connect with. After hearing a couple songs, I honestly just judge Drake as a selfish and unintelligent human. Casting judgment on another human is never a good thing, but it's especially bad when you couldn't have been more wrong. The song that made Derek tear up was God's Plan. The truth is this. Drake is a revolutionary, a dreamer, a voice, and an inspiration. He doesn't settle for mediocrity. He doesn't fit the status quo. No, I think he very much so fits the status quo. And he makes a pathway for new art. When he was told it was stupid to produce songs the way he produces them, he did it anyways. And it made all the difference. His lo-fi production style was revolutionary when he combined hip-hop, rap, and R&B. In fact, Rolling Stone magazine says in this article that Drake's songs set a musical standard for all three genres. Bottom line, I was wrong. Drake is a phenom. This was written in 2018. So, what in the world does this have to do with Jesus? Yeah, this is the question I think we're all asking. Well, it has a lot to do with Jesus, but I'll narrow it down to the three main things it reminds me of. 1, don't judge, just ask. I get so caught up in thinking about myself, what is best for me, and my own opinions. I forget to stop and listen to someone else's experiences. Anytime someone tried to tell me Drake was good, I would drown them out or already be thinking about my next argument. I did this so much that somebody could have told me all the things I now know about Drake and I wouldn't have heard them. In this sermon from Elevation Church, Stephen Furtick said, "We live in a world of comments, not conversations. Our God is a God of conversation. In the Hebrew creation story recorded in Genesis, it says that God spoke the world into existence. Furthermore, in Gospel, John writes that Jesus is the living and breathing Word of God. Think about that. The life of Jesus and the sacrifice he made for us was God's way of having a conversation with woman and mankind. I love that these are two different things. To tell us who he really is. Woman and mankind. Who he really is, what he is really like, and what we are worth to him. If you want to know what God is like, stop theorizing and speculating and saying harmful things and taking Bible verses out of context in a way that makes God look like a jerk. Instead, let the word speak for himself. Look to Jesus. Okay, so what does this have to do with Drake? Okay. In a lengthy sermon recorded in Matthew 5, Jesus tells us not to judge. But shortly after that, he tells us to ask. Imagine a world in which we ask people. This makes me hate Drake even more. Let me just be so clear. This fucking article, this Medium post makes me hate Drake even more. Judging someone else's motives without asking them is a dangerous game to play. Someone always gets hurt. Okay, 2, if I don't understand it, that doesn't mean it isn't good. There are a lot of things I really think I understand. I understand many sports, their roles, and their strategies. I understand that Tom Brady's the GOAT. I understand what it's like to suffer. I understand what it's like to live outside of God's will. I also understand how damaging that was to my life. Wait, was it damaging to his life to understand that Tom Brady is the GOAT? Was he a Patriots fan? If I'm honest, though, there are more things I don't understand than things I do understand. I don't understand paintings. I don't understand ballet. I don't understand how special effects are made in movies. I don't understand opera music. I'll never understand how Kendrick Lamar comes up with his brilliant ideas. I wonder how this guy's doing post 7 years later, post Kendrick Lamar and Drake beef. I really don't fully understand things in the Bible. I definitely don't understand why I'm here or why God continues to be so faithful to me when I'm unfaithful to him. But this is so much. Okay, I'm waiting to see how this is brought into like Drake. Okay, number 3, stories change our perceptions. God, I love stories. Seriously though, stories change us. Hearing Drake's story helped me understand him and his music on a deeper level. What is it about Drake's story that made you really understand him on a deeper level? Was it Degrassi? I don't know. Okay. Whether or not I ever listen to his music again, I can at least stop being a hater. Oh no, brother. Oh no. I have to stop labeling people's stories before I hear them. I've heard far too many people say that someone's story was too political or too liberal or conservative or hateful or ignorant without hearing why they come from where they come from. Okay, I'm bored. Here's how he concludes. I probably won't ever agree with certain messages that Drake spreads, but I am a fan. Bro, you have just negated everything you just said by going, I probably won't ever agree with certain messages that Drake spreads, but I am a fan, and I do appreciate him a whole lot because I stopped judging. So what is it about Drake that has made you a fan then? Bro said a whole bunch of nothing. This guy heard God's plan and then rambled incoherently about Christian dogma because he liked the title. Because his friend Derek was crying in the car? Listening to God's plan? I decided to recognize greatness even if I couldn't understand it, and I heard his story. Wow. Amazing. I love being a fan of someone, even if you're not actually a fan of them, but you're a fan of them because of Jesus. That makes a bunch of sense. You know, I think it only makes FD Signifier's words even that much more fucking real. Read the first line of this other post written by this person. God was very real in that moment. Donald Miller says that faith in God is like penguin sex. It sounds weird, but it rings true in my life. Why have I discovered this person? What? Nolan, what's going on? What is going on, Nolan? I have to say I've never thought about penguins having sex. That's a new one. What's he does I'm very curious what Nolan has thought about Drake since 2018. But also he doesn't have any posts It doesn't have any posts past then. Somehow managed to say both way more and way less than Adrian Brody's Oscar speech. You know what? That's a good comparison, though. I'm going to put that up there with Adrian Brody's Oscar speech, where you're like, you said so much, but also nothing. Lab Child, thank you for the prime. Yeah, so anyway, I guess if you love Jesus, then you should love Drake. Why? Just because. I need to go back to, hold on.
Album, and then I did another set, going home, but he just answers people who don't have a unique brain cell in there. But the thing is, a creator I used to watch a lot, that part of Drake's appeal is the fact that he's number one. Drake's hardcore fans don't really that's doing drugs and that's our favorite rapper. To Pusha T, running from this battle with Kendrick, an artist and fan base that was opposed to their existence, would be unacceptable. And there's good reason for this. I'm just gonna be honest. If Drake is your favorite rapper, you're probably a loser, or at least like the most boring person that any of your friends know. And
that is the funniest.
Also, possibly shitty and into underage girls and just like weirdo shit. Just keeping it real. If that's your favorite rapper, not like you like some Drake songs, not like he goes off in the club, but if you like connect with Drake, if he inspires you, you probably suck.
But it's all God's plan, baby. Syndical Llama, thank you for the tier 1. I think that's the funniest way of describing it. If that's your favorite rapper, if not like I like Drake songs, I like Drake, you die for him, you probably suck. Goddamn Nolan. Maybe you've changed since then. Maybe Nolan's out here and he's ready to write a medium piece on why he was so wrong. why in fact he has reverted back to being a Drake hater. Okay. All right. Should I do a little cobblemoning? Jody is learning from you? What? Hogan, thank you for the gifted sub. Jody is learning from me.
If you get like a diamond.
Isn't that so
Oh,
nice?
no.
It's like so satisfying.
I'm speechless. I'm speechless.
Me and Caroline played like regular Minecraft, and I literally couldn't get her to leave. Like she was like, I need more. I need. A little bit more.
Oh my god!
I need a hit.
See, it's not just me. I'm telling you, you can form the addiction right away.
Yo,
I know.
that was the most. I could stay here all day.
It's the best.
Look at also W socializing. I'm so proud. But also Sam now has gotten 2 out of 2 people addicted to the deep dark.
Moment of truth. Look, they're saying hi. Hi, everyone. What a great Tuesday it is. Wow. The people love me. Hi. Hi. Thank you so much, everybody.
God, oh no.
Hi, everybody.
Oh no, now
Hey.
she's ruining it.
I think it's Tuesday. Whatever.
We're so not back. Sam is so funny too because she has there have been a couple moments where we've been gaming and either her mic is muted or it's not muted, but it's a lot of people talking at once, and she'll just be like, does anybody hear me? Like, am I here? There was one, what were we playing? And then she was like, am I muted? And we all went, oh wait, no. What's up? What's up? We hear you. I can't remember what game it was that we were getting into. I think she gets sensitive. Oh, it was Peak. I think she is the epitome of Mindy Kaling's Is Everybody Hanging Out Without Me? Mindy Kaling's memoir. Is everyone hanging out without me? And other concerns. Does everybody hate me? She's the queen of does everybody hate me? All right, let's get into it. Well, the other thing, okay, I was going to, I don't know if I told her this, or I was going to tell her this, where I was like, look, remember, you don't know a lot of people yet. Like maybe you've briefly met them at a party. Maybe you've, I don't know, crossed paths once or twice. The thing I have learned with a lot of streamers, though, is you have to have multiple interactions. You have to have like conversations. You have to socialize repeatedly, and then they'll not even that I think that was what was happening. I don't think people were like, ooh, sandwich. But I think the thing with a server like this is that there's a lot of people, and one major point of a server is that you are socializing with people, that you are interacting with people. Otherwise, you would just go like play it on your own. So you have to socialize to have friends. Yes, you have to socialize. You must. I invited Sam to this server. So I was like, just remember that you are still meeting people. It's a good opportunity to like do some Pokemon together, and it's just one of those things you have to socialize repeatedly, and then people will be like, oh, hi. She has the capacity and potential to become. She gets in her own way sometimes. She'll always say things to me like, oh, you're a person that you're really friendly and people you're really friendly and people just really like you. I'm like, stop. What? Stop it. It's not true. But I'll say to her, I'm like, you think you're some curmudgeon. You're not a curmudgeon. You're very likable. You might not be as outgoing, like you may be a little more introverted, but you're not an antisocial freak. Like, people really like you. But I think she just has to put her, she's got to put herself out there. Yeah. That's what it's all about. You just got to put yourself out there more. But yeah, like everyone I know who's met her really likes her. Because duh. Honestly, I'd love to see Sam and Miyoung collab. Has the potential to be most awkward collab ever. Just neither of them saying anything. Both just laser focused on whatever their task is. Not gonna lie, I thought this whole thing was a long bit. Sam was doing it. Feel bad for how much I laugh now. I mean, it's not a serious thing. Don't feel bad. Are you kidding? John and I were laughing our asses off yesterday. It's not a serious thing. It's like, it's funny, and she's now celebrating the fact that she has been accepted. Anyway, okay, let me open this up. It's good for her too. I will say it's good for her because she does like to stay in her own little. In my own little corner, in my own little room, I can be whoever I want to be. She likes to do her own thing, which is all fine and good, but that's why when you get onto a server like this, though, you gotta hang with other people on it, which she's doing, which is great. Okay, I'm gonna load this up. In my own little corner, in my own. I can be whoever I want to be. Did you ever fight and beat Everdark Tricephalus? What the hell is that? What is Everdark Tricephalus? Okay. I did want to make sure that I do a little cobble mining with Will, because he said that he built something for us. He said he built us a house. I think that's what he was doing until 5 in the morning, and then why he also spent hours today offline cobble mining. It's cobbling time. Okay, so I should go try to find. Should I go try to find the house? It's cobbling time. Who up cobbling they mon? I was dying when he said he's going to build something for you, and then chat tells you he fell and died. Wait, he fell and died when he was building us something? He told me he built us a beautiful house. Okay. All right. Okay. We got this pulled up. Great. Great. The house that Will built. The house that Will built. Okay. Where am I? I am currently at Sam's house. Okay. All right. Put my thing. Put me right here. Back to game.